the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Let's go. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, my brothers and sisters. Come on in. Blessings.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel.
Praise the Almighty.
In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the waters still.
Blessings.
To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. Who we be, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii.
Come on.
The Lord is calling back Israel. Babylon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. Our highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. Together our wives and children then sold us.
That's right, brothers and sisters. I'm Elder Ricard of the Gathering of Christ Church here with our weekly podcast, broadcast, anything you would like to call it. Hey, we've been here for a long time, and through the Spirit of the Almighty, Ahaya. That's right. You see what it say? Blessed by the best, and His name is Ahaya. Okay? That's right. And we'll be here as long as He give us the power through the Holy Spirit to finish this work. Folks, I don't have to tell you we're living in the end times. Okay? As someone who's in this Bible, I'm here to encourage you to stand strong through Jacob's trouble. Okay? Stand strong, my brothers and sisters. We're almost home. We're almost home. The silent war against the children of Israel. The children of Jacob is our topic this evening. And I'm going to tell you folks, and this is not an insult, the majority of our people are going to fall, Israelites and Gentiles alike. They're going to fall operating in and under delusion. Under delusion. So what I thought I would do today is give some examples of those delusions. But outside of that, for those who have an ear to hear and eyes can see, and eyes that could see, give you an insight of what? The dark weapons or tools Satan uses against our people. So that we'll understand, guess what? It's a fair fight now because we understand what they utilize to undermine and or destroy Jacob. Okay? That's right. That's right. So we going in tonight. All praises. So get your pen and pads ready. We're going to talk. We're going to talk about it. We're going to go into it. The silent war against Jacob. And we're going to talk about it. We're going to go into it. Now, Elder Lawyer is about to board a plane. So my brother, who usually join me every week, usually he's here with me, and right. So he's on a plane. He's going to visit the church and family and all of that, on another continent somewhere. So wherever he goes, the word travels with him. So we wish him Godspeed. Have the angels on those wings as he go over to do what he needs to do until he come back and the Most High return him by my side so that we can finish this work. That's right. As we began it. Fervent in spirit. Okay. Uncompromised. Right? Now let's talk about it. Let's talk about it before I go into the lesson today. The silent war against the children of Jacob. Before I go into it, let me first mention that we are within open enrollments for the Hebrew and Bible Academy starting September 7th. September 7th, we'll begin a new Hebrew and Bible Academy, and I hope you all can enroll. We'll have special guests. We're going to bring my man, Damon Wilson from Sanford and Son back on and see what new insights the Most I've given him since the last time he was interviewed with us, health tips, and as well as all of that news like none other on earth. Not only do we show you their news, but we let you know what they're planning through the news, so not to fall to their evil devices. Okay? And we use the news to show forth prophecy. All right? I would never say in good conscience, believe in good conscience for any of us to believe anything they're saying through paid television. Okay? You have to realize that's how they pull off their deceptions to lead us to damnation. So watch what you see on your phones and all of that. These tools are being used through mainstream media to deceive. But all in all, let me go into this. Starting September 7th, we have a new Hebrew and Bible Academy news. We teach the ancient Hebrew. You can come in and learn the ancient, not the Eurocentric Hebrew you're seeing today. Okay? And, of course, special guests. And the lessons are like none other on earth. As it is written, quite simple. Keep in mind, brothers and sisters, the Bible only has one narrative. There's not a billion doctrines and ideologies within the Bible. It's one story. All the way through. Old Testament, New Testament. One doctrine, one understanding. Sin came into the world and took what? The dominion from Adam. We are the children of Adam through Shem. Shem. From Shem to Abraham. From Abraham, Isaac to Jacob. And it's through that bloodline leading all the way to Christ. Understand that bloodline through Christ would need to, according to prophecy, be born into the world to condemn the sin that came with Adam. Okay? It so happens that we are the chosen people. We're that bloodline, and this is why all nations have been pressed and incentivized to keep our people on the bottom. Once we rise according to prophecy and the kingdom comes, we'll never fall as a people again. So listen to me. Don't take nothing personal with these nations. Okay? They're doing what they can to keep power. Okay? It's in our understanding to know what we're up against according to prophecy, so that what? So that any devices they try, or delusions or deceptions they use against us, guess what? We see them coming before they get there, and we're protected by the heavens by not falling for the deception. What we have working in our interest is the Most High, and that we God's people. Also, what we have working in our interest is that what? They can only do what the Most High will allow. So they must deceive us into falling to our own doom. Okay? So those are the, I would say, heavenly rules for engagement. They just can't come at us. It must be by permission. And usually sin opens that door. Right? But again, and this is why in the academy we're going to deal more so on the spiritual aspect, the spiritual warfare aspect of our lessons. Okay? Creation, the origin of the spiritual realm. Tracing the serpent's seed, we're going to deal with that. How Lucifer became the chief Satan. Christ and the keys to spiritual warfare. The craft. The priesthood of Satan versus the priest of God. When you see what's going on over there at the Vatican, the Middle East, Tibet, China, with the Dalai Lama, when you see what's going on with your imams over Islam, even with the rabbis who's under a Babylonian religion through the Talmud. These rabbis are not Israelite Levitical rabbis. They will be considered, if we lived in ancient times, the Babylonian priests. Well, we're gonna expose all that and what we're up against in the next academy, and I hope you all be a part of it. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. Okay, I hope to see you there. Now let's jump into it. The silent war against the children of Israel. Now I'm going to move through this thing pretty quick so we can have some interaction, some phone calls, some Zooms. And if you want to interact within this particular topic, or if you have something to add to the topic tonight, now is the opportunity. Okay? And again, the way it works, you see the number at the bottom right here, 445-888-2759. You can text when it's time, and I'll bring you in. Please do not call, text, and I'll bring you in according to what? According to your name in line for request. Okay? Now, if you can't get in that way, if you live overseas or you have a problem dialing, I'll also at the end or near the end of our broadcast, I'll also provide a Zoom link. Come right in. If you have any questions, or even if it's something you don't agree with, that's fine, brothers and sisters. I have no problem with someone disagreeing. All right? I have no issue with it. But you have to bring forth your strong reason and prove it out of the Bible. I'm not interested in anyone's personal opinion if they're bringing forth the truth. If you're bringing out truth within this Bible, I should be able to see it in this Bible like you reading the same Bible. Okay? That's all I ask. All I ask for. If you're going to call and disagree, don't disagree for the sake of disagreeing. Edify. We're here to what? Bring people closer to the Most High and have all men everywhere with an opportunity, that's right, to understand Him. It's above whether or not me and another man or a woman agree or disagree. We don't call to argue. We call, that's right, or we come in. If we have an opposing view, we come in to edify for the people. All right? I just wanted to say that real quick. Now, jumping right in. I thought I would start off with giving you, brothers and sisters, through the Spirit of the Almighty, some insight. Right? The insight begins with how are they able to continually harm and or destroy the children of Jacob? That's the question. Now I'm going to tell you, it's not an easy deal for them, because how we've always been throughout generations, spiritually aligned with the Most High in comparison to any other race of people on earth. We praise, we worship, we believe and trust in the Most High in Christ in number compared to any other people on earth, especially here in America. So that's a problem for them. Okay, that's number one. Right? So how is it that we're strong spiritually? We praise, we sing to the Most High, we connect to the heavens with serious passion. No other race can compare. We're looking at races. Okay? Now, on top of that, they cannot, even though they would like to, they cannot physically take us down because we're too many in number. We're too large in number. And if we know we're under attack, that might rally us together, and that's the last thing they want. Right? So they can't just engage us, because eventually, what? Eventually we'll understand we're under attack. And we'll rally together with the Most High protecting us. And if you read the Old Testament, you know how what? That's a failed attempt by Gentiles to force us into a corner where our God would have to respond. So they can't do it that way. See? Because through their attacks, they must have the moral high ground. The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. Especially the blacks in America who are from the tribe of Judah. Especially the blacks in America. So if they can't attack us like they would like to, based on what I've just aforementioned, what can they use? Boom. And I have a few clips I'm about to show you real quick in a couple of minutes, but hold tight. The weapons of our warfare are not carnal. Let me show y'all something. And again, I give all praises to the Most High in the name of Yeshua. The Most High name is Ahiah, and Christ's true name is Yeshua, not Yeshaya. Isaiah is different than Christ's name. Okay? Entirely different letters. All right? Let's go here to 2 Corinthians 10 and 4. 2 Corinthians in the New Testament. 2 Corinthians, the 10th chapter, right? Paul stated this, right? And if you are one that don't understand Paul or have some negative views on Paul, it's because you haven't learned Paul yet. And that's okay. If you would like to understand it, we will be happy to give you insight on what you don't understand concerning Paul. And there's a reason why Paul is continually attacked. Okay? There's a reason why. And one reason above all is the fact that when it comes to his doctrine, he was one that was utilized to expand his ministry, that's right, in the name of Christ, to the Gentiles. But he still stood 10 toes down for the children of Israel. Okay? Let me read it. Now, I, Paul, myself beseech you by the meekness and gentleness of Christ, Yeshua Mashiach, who in presence am base among you, but being absent am bold toward you. 1 second. Make sure I get some water here. Got some water over there? 1 second. Let me get some water. I can tell I'm about to jump up in there, so I better make sure I'm here for the long haul. Let's see here. 1 second. All right. Excuse me for that. I know I'm going to need it. So let's go back in. Now I, Paul, myself beseech you by the meekness and gentleness of Yeshua, who in presence am base among you, but being absent am bold toward you. But I beseech you, beseech, brothers and sisters, for those who don't know, is a hard plead. Okay, a serious plead for our people. But I beseech you that I may not be bold when I am present with the confidence wherewith I think to be bold against some, which think of us as if we walked according to the flesh. That's the outside looking in Paul is talking about. Listen to this. For though we walk in the flesh, we do not war after the flesh. Now, I need you all, brothers and sisters, to examine the manifold understanding Paul is dropping right here. Okay? And if you don't see what he's saying here, it'll go right over your head. Listen to what he's saying here. For though we walk in the flesh, right? What is that telling you, folks? the flesh is only our outside suit. It's what's used for this plane. But what's in us is the spirit that the Most High sent in the earth through the union of our father and mother. And once this body goes back to the dirt, Adam, our father, came out of the dust of the ground. Our spirit continues. Right? For though we walk in the flesh, we do not war after the flesh. Why? Listen to this. Because we know our brothers Esau. Let me pull Esau up right here. Let me pull Esau up. Let me get him. 1 second. We know Esau was blessed by our father Isaac with the carnal sword. So when it comes to weaponry, that's Esau's advantage, being what? The smallest nation on earth. If he didn't have psychology as well as weaponry, folks, Esau would have been overturned. So his greatest weapon, his greatest power to even the numbers, being that he's smaller, they're the smallest race on earth, is carnal warfare. Carnal warfare is their gift. Our father Isaac in Genesis 27 blessed Esau with the sword. That's weaponry. So if you're less in number, you must utilize weapons to win war. You must utilize a greater arms race over all other nations, because that's the only advantage Esau has, being the smaller nation. Okay? So his gift is carnal warfare. Not that we cannot wage carnal warfare. We can. They could not have won any of their wars without us. Okay? They could not have won any of the wars without us. But all in all, understand that's their power. So what they'll seek to do is to provoke an altercation, which pulls Israel or Jacob from what? Up from under our protection. And that's what frustrated them so about Martin Luther King. Right? That's what frustrated them with him. It's because they couldn't get a provocation and they was losing the PR war throughout the earth. The optics of a higher moral people was before the whole earth. A people who wasn't using any weaponry, was doing anything, nicely dressed, intellectuals, highly spiritual, with the whole world watching. See? So that tell you in of itself that what? They know that the only way to really engage Jacob like they would like to is if they can provoke us into being the aggressor. Right? That's one way. Now, the other ways they are attacking us is through what? Is through soft attacks. Right? So let me mention some of these. For though we walk in the flesh, we do not war after the flesh. So before, and don't forget, brothers and sisters, Esau, and I'm speaking of it from a government aspect. I'm not talking about an Edomite down on Kensington and Allegheny, on crystal meth. Okay, or just some regular old white guy walking around. We're not talking about these regular people who we see. Okay, we're talking about the elite powers, the bloodline that links to Nephilim. Okay, that's right, folks, they are in power. From the Vatican to the Edomites who replaced our people as the monarchy over England. Okay. The 10 horns, which is the EU. I'm going to show you how this works. Right? The higher powers. Thank you. I appreciate it. Now, so for the weapons of our warfare are not carnal. Now, is that saying that people aren't supposed to have physical constitutional protection? That's not what it's saying. Even Christ says, sell your what? Sell your cloak and get a sword. So it's not saying that you cannot have something for self-defense. But understand, that's a carnal weapon. And that weapon can only get you so far. But mighty through the Most High, listen to this, to the pulling down of strongholds. Right? Pulling down of strongholds. Now, these strongholds could be outward or inward. Right? Things that are binding us from being our complete spiritual selves. Operating on the right side of this war against injustice. There was never a time since Esau's existence where he wasn't in war, engaging in war. From the time of the belly, in our mother's belly, Rebecca, with us. The battle started with us in the belly of a black woman by the name of Rebecca. And Esau had been fighting the whole world ever since. So Esau doesn't know anything outside of war. And I must emphasize this, right? And I really have to emphasize this so we can understand what our people are truly up against. War is fought on many levels. Okay? Psychological, biological, as well as physical. There have never been a time where Esau wasn't in war. It's just our naivety as a people have made us susceptible to our own destruction. See? We believe these nations see the world as we see it. And that we think live, let live. If I'm not bothering you and I'm just trying to deal with my family, I don't see how people can think of harming me when I'm not harming them. You got to get that out of your mind. Our existence is a threat. Just us breathing is a threat to the powers that be. based on our prophecy. So we must get out of that mindset. If I'm a good person and the government and other people shouldn't have any negative against me because I'm just trying to do what I do, take care of my family, I'm not bothering nobody. Folks, according to them, you are bothering somebody. Okay? Your prophecy is the end of their power. Walk with it, own it. That's the truth. Denying it isn't going to change the dynamics. Our existence is a threat to their future power, according to prophecy. You think what they did to Christ was justified according to any law on the earth? It wasn't. It's what he meant against their rulership. So we got to snap out of this thing in our mind that because we good people ain't bothering nobody, we do more harm to ourselves, and think that we're safe against people who only know war. So we're going to give you the spiritual understanding of how to fight in this war. Right? Casting down imaginations. And that's what we do. We cast down the false, demonic, evil education that have kept our people asleep for hundreds, if not thousands of years. The lies that came with the Catholic Church, the lies that came with our modern day educational system, which led to them getting what? Getting a conduit, or what you would call a doorway, into waging biological warfare against our children. See? It started off with your school. And next thing you know, they tell us we got to take stuff to learn. When to learn is an inherent right. It's a sovereign right to be able to read and write. I shouldn't have to give myself over medically to someone in order to read a book or to do a math problem. So what we do here is we cast down these imaginations. All the lies they told us, a matter of fact, we don't trust nothing. We confirm and filter everything through the word of God. And if it's not in the dietary law, if it's not written according to our law, the answer is what? No. Unequivocally. No. So we cast down all imaginations and every high thing that exalted itself against the knowledge of God. If it's against the knowledge that was given through our forefathers, the answer is no. Period. And then by doing so, that gives us the spiritual high ground. Because at that time, we bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ. We are able now to bind the spirit of disobedience that Satan have used through his sorcerers to oppose the children of Jacob. See? Now they have no power over us because what? Just like vampires. They can't harm you unless you let them in. Right? So now that we have the rules not to listen to their garbage and their scare tactics, right? Think about this. Now we can study what they do, break them down, put it in obedience so that it cannot harm us, and then warn others. That's right. We warn others concerning their warfare tactics. Right? Hit the like button. I'm about to go in, folks. Hit the like button. So we warn. Right? So let's go into what Satan uses through his systems as soft attacks against the children of Jacob. Right? There's some good stuff. Let's go to Galatians, the 5th chapter. Very, very, very good stuff here. Let's go to Galatians 5. Right? So now we understand Esau has been in what? Continual warfare against Jacob and against our God. So now we must understand what tools he have in his belt against us. What is his utilizations, spiritually and otherwise? Listen to me clearly. What weapons he used to continue to oppress and to destroy our people, the children of Jacob. Well, when you go to Galatians, here's some of the tools he have in his belt. Right? Now listen to this. The weapons of our warfare aren't carnal. Right? So we war spiritually. Right? Growing up in church, our grandmother, grandfather, we sit there, we mad and we angry. We little kids mad, ready to fight. And what our grandmother would tell us: let the Lord fight your battle. Let the Lord fight your battle. This is what we were learning as children. As if our elders seen something in us and could recognize the darkness that would take us left as adults. That anger going to be the end of you, little boy. And here it is, we haven't even lived life yet, and they could see it. Let the Lord fight your battles. Let him kick in. Our grandmothers would tell us, no. Now, if someone hit you, then you hit them back. So they would train us that what? To have a defense. Right? That you're not going to let someone bully you. But when they see that anger, when someone said something and now we wanted to react, they would say, listen, sticks and stones may break your bones, but words will never hurt you. Patience, humility. Right? We were taught that by the elders. They didn't know the word as I would say. They couldn't articulate the word as well as we do today. The Bible says at the very end, knowledge shall increase. They didn't have all this knowledge at the, in the palm of their hands. But you can't tell me they weren't connected on a different level than what we see in the earth today. Let the Lord fight your battles. We're going to get to him in a moment. Now, these are the things the tools Satan uses against us. And I'm going to give you some examples. Starting at 18. But if ye be led by the Spirit, you are not under the law. Folks, this is not talking about the law of Moses. Those are the lies that they're teaching, that the Christian church be teaching. The law it's speaking of, there's a malignant root that came with the sin of Adam and Eve. A law that leads us to what? Carnality, insatiableness. Okay? It leads us into carnality. But we can overcome that law. And when we overcome that law, and this is what Christ showed, it takes us beyond the law of physics. Okay? It's carnality that binds us, that limits our true power and abilities. But if you be led by the Spirit, you are not under the law. Now, here are the works of the flesh are manifest. This is what Satan uses. He must what? He must deceive people into falling into one of these. Adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies, which is divisions, envyings, murders, drunkenness. That means sloppy drunk out of your mind out there in the world, just operating drunk. Revelings. And that's why it says, and such like of the which I tell you before, as I have also told you in the past, that they which do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of heaven. And if we know, if people die in these particular activities without repenting, they will have no part in the first resurrection. So it's upon, that's right, the elite who are Satanists or Luciferians, who know that the God they serve have no inheritance for the kingdom to come. Well, of course, they will use all of these as spiritual weaponry that will do what? That will stop us from getting to that number in the heavens. That number that the Most High stated through Christ, that once we all have that name in our foreheads, and pray together with the Almighty, heaven comes here. So he must keep us under these. They'll incentivize this amongst our people as a way of keeping us on the bottom. There's one in particular that I would like to show you all. And this is the one they use more often than the rest. And it's what? Witchcraft. Because with witchcraft, they can trick you into the rest. That's why I'm going to focus on the witchcraft here. Because if they can trick you or weaken you, that's right, folks. Witchcraft is the gateway for everything else. It's the gateway. It opens up an invisible door. And all these other spirits that you see with all of what we're seeing here comes in. Well, let's look at this witchcraft for a second. Witchcraft. Pharmakeia. Let me show it here so y'all can see it. Looky here. Pharmakeia. I used to wonder why there's like a pharmacy on almost every corner in our neighborhoods now. Right? I remember growing up when there was one pharmacist, one or two, within a 1 mile or 2 mile radius. But it seems like there's a what? There's a pharmacy every which way you look now. Did y'all notice that, brothers and sisters? Do y'all notice that? Let me show it again. Let me show it once more. Pharmakeia. And I see people bragging, hey, I'm a doctor now and I'm over a pharmacy. Okay. No disrespect, but the title doctor doesn't carry the same weight than when I was coming up. It's too antiquated now. Anybody can become a doctor. You'll mess around and get a doctor so-called Umar. How's that working out for you? Right? Right? So here it is. We're going to concentrate on some of these. And remember that I've showed you this as we go into this broadcast, the silent war against Jacob. All right? I notice all these other people coming from these other countries, going into tech, going into the medical field. And I notice that they're hiring even people look like us, but are from somewhere else, who doesn't have a personal vested interest emotionally in our people because they're not related to us. Right? Esau have thought this thing out, boy, I'll tell you. But thank the Most High. Thank the Most High. He has awakened Jacob. We're going to go through these things. We're going to talk about the silent war. We're going to also go into the fact that part of this witchcraft is delusion. Is delusion. And I think our people, a lot of us suffer more from the delusion in comparison to any other thing we're dealing with now, because delusion allows us to walk with plausible deniability. While the prophecy's unfolding, and guess what, folks? We don't have long. We don't have long at all. So I'm going to go through a few of those delusions in a moment. Hold tight. I'll be right back. Hit that like button. And we're going to start with my man right here. Right here. Mr. Donald Drumpf. The German, mind you. The German. We'll be right back. Hold tight. Well, I'll be back anyway. Hold tight. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Okay, thank you for your patience. Jumping right in. Brothers and sisters, the Bible tells us this. The Bible says that what's going to happen at the very end is that the synagogue of Satan will be revealed. Whose coming is after the working of Satan with all powers, signs, and lying wonders. Now, I need you to think about that in the context I was talking about earlier under pharmakeia. And also in the context that Esau has been at war against us since we were in our mother's womb. So what do we use? Let me show you. And with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish. That means those who don't want to follow the Bible, don't want to follow the commandments, don't want to believe in the Bible. It's true narrative. I'm not talking about what the Christian church is talking about. One thing the Christians got right is that Christ is the Son of God and He's the Savior. Okay? Can't take that away. But they don't know His name. His name is Yeshua, not Yeshua. And they don't know the true mission according to Christ when it comes to gathering the lost tribes of Israel, which is key, a key point of emphasis in any mission Christ have ever undertook, or the disciples. You just can't have a mission to bring people to God and ignore His chosen people. And His chosen people aren't Jewish people. That's a religion. That's not a genealogy. But I digress. With all deceivableness and unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. That means everyone have heard the knowledge and truth, have walked by it, have clicked on it. And guess what? It resonated logically with their spirit. They know what they were seeing and are seeing is the truth, but still deny it. Well, for this cause, you can't say God didn't give you a chance. Okay? He have confirmed a lot of what you wanted to know using men. Things that you couldn't learn in school. Things you couldn't even learn in your churches. And the Most High have always sent men, prophets, teachers. And have always been some people, when it comes to the people, God's people, Jacob, who've always seen people and say, well, listen, these men are no different than us. Not realizing that these men were vessels God was speaking to you through. Not so that it was just about that servant or teacher, so that you can have a similar connection. So that you could pray to the true God in the midst of this confusion and what? And have a way out. But because you don't want to listen, you'd rather be a Buddhist. You'd rather listen to all these others and deny the only book that can actually, brothers and sisters, give understanding to everything that's going on in the earth currently. Current, past, present. When it comes to something that's happening, I don't care what religion you're talking about, it always go back to, I think that's somewhere in the Bible. Well, because you don't want to listen, God shall send them strong delusion. He's going to allow Esau's deceptive tactics. He's going to allow what Esau doing. The deception, it's going to overtake and destroy Jacob. You trust Edom, who has been in war against you since the belly. Okay. God shall send them strong delusion that what? That they should believe a lie. That they all might be damned who believe not the truth, but had pleasure in what? Here's the key point here. Unrighteousness. So because you wasn't linked in when the Most High gave you an opportunity to understand what to do, when the delusion comes, you'll be overtaken. Now, before I go into this, let me go to, I know what's in the mind of others out there, even those brothers and sisters who oppose the doctrine we teach in this church. Oh, well, don't trust Esau. Hey, well, why do y'all teach Esau? Number one, we don't judge the outward appearance. Okay, we don't judge that. That's number one. Number two, Esau, if he repent, then he's not in position to cause a delusion that will destroy our people. See? And that's what, we are the light to the Gentiles. So we're not going to complain about Esau and all the bad thing he's doing, right? And not give him an opportunity to step away from his warfare. That can only help our people, those within Esau who repent and join the right side of this, that's right, spiritual war against Jacob. So you out there saying, the white man this and the white man that. Okay, the white man is going against the law, right? Well, yeah. So you just want to complain about what the white man is doing? Or are you willing to show him right? Okay, what do you expect Esau to do if you're not willing to teach him? Right? Now, the Edomites who don't care about the truth, or those who deny Christ, like we see the people in the Middle East right now, well, damnation is going to come on them anyway for denying Christ. But they cannot say, just like our people, that there wasn't place for repentance. See? See, I know how some of these guys out there think. It's okay. You complaining about the white man. You got the law, the highest knowledge on earth given to Moses. You're going to complain about them not following it. When you was sent here by God to bring the whole world under subjection to Christ. Interesting, right? But I'm just talking about Esau in particular, since I'm talking about the silent war against Jacob, even though all nations are aligned against us. Okay? And that's okay. Right? That's okay. Now, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's start off. And don't forget, folks, for those who missed it, let me go back here to Galatians 5 so I can catch everyone up real quick. Let me go to Galatians 5 for those who came in late. Hit the like button. Let me go to Galatians 5. 5 and 20. Right? These are the tools Satan used as soft weapons against us. Idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulations, which is what? Dividing people into groups. And causing what? Discussions where people are fighting against one another while the enemy is seeking to destroy all of us. You have a thing where men and women can't get along, who have suffered under the same oppression. The Most High is looking down on the earth like, all y'all crazy. Okay? The enemy is seeking to fight you both, and you sitting there arguing with one another. Man get in order with the Most High, woman get in order with man. Period. That's the discussion. The discussion is over with. You don't want to have no order. There will be no hedge when the war comes at your door. That's it. If a man don't want to be hedged by God, he'll be wiped out of the way. If a woman is fighting against being hedged by a man, she'll get everything the Most High says coming to her. I know some of these, I'm looking at this as people believe that there's a negotiation going on, that we can negotiate our point, and that's what's going to bring us together. God made us. He made man from the dust of the ground, pulled the woman out of the man to be the helpmeet. Those are the positions. I don't care how long we've been on earth. That's what God made us for. Period. It's not a negotiation. A woman is a helpmeet. A man is in position to give the woman something to help meet. A direction. Okay? And it breaks down Satan used emulations. Well, you got to see things my way. You got to see things my way. No, this is what God says. Okay? You're not going to get everything you want. Okay? No one gets everything they want. Okay? But if he give you someone that cares for you, that's going to protect you when the tanks come, hey, guess what? That may be... That in of itself will be worth its weight in gold. Wrath, strife, seditions, and heresies. The one I pointed out earlier, brothers and sisters, in the 20th verse was what? Let's read it. Witchcraft. Witchcraft is what? Pharmakeia. Pharmacy, medication. See, there's a difference between medication and medicine. See, true medicine doesn't have any ill side effects. So if the Bible is telling us that pharmacy will be utilized as a form of magic and or sorcery, it's time for us to look at this whole thing differently. Okay, these are the tools, or some of the tools Satan will use against us. Speaking of that, hey, whether you like him or not, we're not here to discuss whether or not we like this guy or not, but at least he's telling us what they're doing. Right? So I give him credit for that. Christ says be the hot or cold. And folks, you can't get no hotter than this. And I'm talking about hell hot. Let me get it. I'm coming back to him in a moment. Fair use.
There will be another pandemic, and although some of the lessons from this pandemic, have been learned, way less than I would expect. Sadly, the division on did we do too much, did we do too little, are vaccines good? The country that the world expected to lead and be the model fell short of those expectations. And so it's meant getting our thoughts together about what did we do well, what we didn't do well is still not happening. There will be another pandemic.
Okay. So he told us, of course, this guy, it's whoever, you know where he's going to end up at. So it's not about him. The fact that he's telling us that there will be another pandemic. Right? And although some lessons from the pandemic have been learned, way less than he would expect. So they didn't get the full outcome they wanted, but I'm sure they collected a lot of data to make sure the last income, the next outcome will be more effective based on their plans. And I'm telling you, and I told everybody that what we just went through was a precursor to the mark of the beast. Right? So now, let's work our way backward, starting with Donald Trump. Starting with Donald Trump. Okay? Now, Donald Trump told everybody what he was going to do, and he's doing it. Right? Now, I don't have to emphasize that this guy is Edom. He's a German. He's Edom. But look, brothers and sisters, if you will, at the eagle over the flags. It's a new painting they just did, and just, on the U.S. Gov, right? The government's website, right? Look at the eagles, right? So they're not hiding anymore who they are. In the book of Obadiah, it tells us that Esau exalt himself as the eagle. Now, we must understand a few things about the eagle. Okay, according to prophecy. Now, Now, and I hear others out there. I hear a lot of people out there, and they are correct, that the whole earth is under the power of white supremacy. That's the truth. Right? Now, the only issue with that is that up until our current time, no one has identified properly who is the nation of white supremacy. See? When you go into the nation of white supremacy, there's markers, identifiers, right? There's identifiers. Let me get it out of Obadiah. Let me get it here. Ah. Jeremiah 49 verse 15. For lo, I will make thee small among the heathen, and despised amongst men. Thy terribleness have deceived thee. He's speaking of Esau. And the pride of thine heart, O thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, coming from Mount Seir, that holdest the height of the hill, thou that shouldest make thy nest as high as the eagle. That's right, space stations. Folks, I need y'all to understand this. The eagle watches its prey from a high perch. Sometimes an eagle can watch his prey, what he's going to eat, 2-3 days before actually getting it. It'll just watch from a perch. Just check it out. The all-seeing eye, the eagle. That's Esau. I will bring thee down from thence, saith the Lord. Only the Most High can take down white supremacy, because he set it up. Also, Edom shall be a desolation. Every one that goeth by it shall be astonished, and shall hiss at all the plagues thereof. Well, what's going to happen is what he sought to do against our people is going to fall on the nations, and them, all those who have conspired with Esau, will fall of the same plagues they're seeking to use as bioweapons against the children of Jacob. But unfortunately, a lot of our people, through delusion, is going to die under the delusion. So I mentioned earlier, brothers and sisters, that
the major
hold on. I'm going to get this in a second. I mentioned earlier. Let me show you. I mentioned earlier that I'm going to move from where we are presently backward and show you all what's to come. That Esau had been warned since the womb And he need a provocation. He need to instigate a provocation to pull Jacob into a war. So he's pushing our people into a corner. So when you see the news, that's part of the craft. Witchcraft. When you see them, when they pass legislation, they're pressing towards a desolation against us. So no soon as this guy got into office, I'm speaking of Donald Trump. He started setting legislation that would lead towards the military pressing our people. Fair use.
Out fraud inside Kentucky's transportation cabinet. Licenses issued with.
That's different. Let me get it. Hold on. That's different. Hold on. Let me get it. Look at this right here. I'm going to get that in one moment. Fair use in a moment. Price tag for Trump's D.C. military surge. Listen to how much, brothers and sisters, they are paying for military that was rolled out in D.C. At least $1 million a day. They're paying out of the treasury for the occupation we see right now that's pressing up against our people. Now, of course, our people aren't going for this. They're not taking the bait. Our people aren't taking the bait like they would like our people to. They thought we would come out on this immigration thing and march and all that, and we sat on our hands. Great job. But now they're using a physical front of force, hoping that somebody takes the bait so that we can view a physical altercation that justifies this. Right? Now, they don't have anything for our people, but they have $1 million a day for this. Right? Now, one of the first things Trump did let me show this again. One of the first things he did, brothers and sisters, was set legislation that could dry up the financial base or the financial sustainability from areas in the areas our people live in number. So the first thing he did, and I mentioned he would do this too, because all these white liberals put our sisters up in front in all of these positions. And I'm like, you know what? He's going to cut all that out. After he has successfully divided and I'm not him, but Esau's policy. He has successfully, Esau decimated the black family. Now all he needs to do is what? Pull all the financial resources out. Right? So how did he do this? Check this out, brothers and sisters. Fair use. Check out what this sister says. I reported on this a couple of weeks ago, but I wanted to use, and this sister, she's highly educated, well-spoken, and articulate. And she's talking about, she's going to give her understanding of why the government cut out all these jobs within a few months. Listen to this. Fair use for educational and religious purposes here. Right?
300,000. That's how many black women were fired in 2025 so far and pushed out of the American workforce in just the first months of this year. That's according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And that's not just a statistic. That's a red flag alert. Some people are calling it an economic lynching. I call it the American way. The most educated and the most targeted black women are the most educated and credentialed group in the United States of America. More black women have graduate degrees than any other group. Many of us hold multiple certifications on top of those degrees. We were told that our education would protect us, that it would insulate us from instability, that it would prove our value. It doesn't. In fact, in America's current climate, it often makes us bigger targets. This is because our excellence exposes their mediocrity, and that is dangerous in a system designed to reward privilege over merit. So don't believe that merit-based hype because it's a lie. DEI is nothing but an illusion. Now some people will say that this is just the fallout from dismantling DEI programs. But DEI departments, while they've been gutted across industries, here's the hard truth. Most DEI leaders weren't black women. They were white women. DEI was never a real shield for any of us. In many cases, it excluded us from leadership pipelines or gave us token roles without power. So while DEI dismantling is part of the story, it's not the whole story. The bigger picture says that it is about control and the fact that a thriving, self-sufficient black community is a threat to white supremacy. As a person who worked in HR for 25 plus years, I can tell you right now that layoffs are never neutral. I have been in the rooms where these decisions are made, and here is how it works. Leadership says, we need to cut $1 million from the budget, or we need to reduce the head count by 500. That number gets divided by department and then by division, and from there, individual managers get to decide who goes. Let me tell you right now, they are not sitting there making these decisions and choices based purely on performance, skill, or impact. They are making these decisions based on who challenges them, who makes them feel inadequate, who is harder to control, and 9 times out of 10, in a majority white, male-led workplace, that's a black woman. But let me tell you, the shock wave is going to be felt when we're gone. When 300,000 black women exit the workforce, the loss does not just show up in corporate offices. It ripples through entire communities. We are overrepresented in teaching, healthcare, social services, nonprofits, and other public sector work. Those roles that keep the system running. And so when they're trying to dismantle the system, of course, we are the ones they're going to come for. When we disappear, schools lose their stability and leadership, children lose their mentors and advocates, families lose the income that keep the lights on and food in the refrigerator. Communities lose the organizers, the connectors, the protectors. This is not a slow erosion. This is a sudden collapse of community infrastructure, and it's very intentional. We have to understand this. This is economic warfare. And let's be clear, this is not about economic efficiency. It's about economic war. They are not only targeting the so-called diversity hires, they are also coming for the black women who did everything, quote, right, unquote.
Now, let me unpack this real quick. Because there's a few things she said that was correct. Right? Is that she dropped the fact that this is financial warfare. It's sucking the finances out of the community, right? When it comes to women who had upward mobility, control, as well as what? Leadership over the whole community. But what is she missing? You would think, her words, not mine, that the most educated and credentialed of our community would have had enough sense to understand that DEI was never going to put black women in position for a long sustainable time. They knew back then it was for white women. They knew it. She just told on herself. They always knew it was for white women, but they was willing to protect and or allow white women to have that position as long as she had a place over her community above the men. Now, here's the delusional part of this. Listen to me clearly, brothers and sisters. Here's the delusional part. She believed in her mind that the workplace is going to miss her, not realizing during COVID they restructured the whole system so that they can, that's right, take all the finances away and move the sisters back into the community without anything. On top of not having anything, they don't need the black woman no more in corporate because they have successfully utilized one side against the other to destroy the black family in number. They have accomplished their mission. There's no need for them anymore. And guess what? Her cognitive dissonance and her education won't allow her to say what she truly know is happening. If she have to accept what's really going on, folks, she wouldn't be able to live with it. So she's convinced herself that the corporations are going to collapse because all these black women weren't laid off, as if the government didn't already put their replacements online. What do I mean by that? So what are we seeing here? And this goes back to the silent war against Jacob, divide and conquer. Sister said that she did everything right. But now they have no what? No use for you. What did you have as a part of your plan in the event of losing everything? Now she's going to tell us something about these degrees. Let me play this through now, because she's going to tell me something about these degrees real quick before I go to the next piece.
We earned the degrees, we built the careers, we paid the loans, we followed the rules. We learned to code switch just to survive those corporate spaces. Why? Because our success proves the meritocracy is a lie, and our visibility in leadership, classrooms, courtrooms, and in boardrooms is a mirror they cannot stand to look at. Let's talk about the message behind the numbers. When DEI budgets are cut, when federal jobs vanish, when private sector layoffs just happen to disproportionately affect Black women. It's not random, it's deliberate. The message is very clear. We may not physically harm you, but we'll erase you from the spaces you've earned, quietly, systematically, and then convince the world that it was your fault. And the saddest part is, if you believe you're immune because you're quiet, because you're compliant, because you're not Black, you're still wrong. Unless you are a white, male, Christian, straight, and wealthy person, you are not as safe as you think you are. As I always say, when white people catch a cold, Black people catch pneumonia. But whatever happens to us will eventually happen to you. So this is not just about Black women being targeted, though we are always the first wave. This is a warning shot to anyone with integrity, ethics, and the courage to call wrongdoing by its rightful name. If they can do this to the most educated demographic in the country, they can most certainly do it to anyone. Just look at what just happened to the head of the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, a white woman, just because she told the truth about the numbers. So what should you do next? If you've been thinking about leaving, now is the time to get your strategy together and to get out. Don't wait to be fired, especially if you already know that discrimination is a part of your environment. So here are the steps I suggest you take. Understand your workplace rights, grab my roadmap to understanding your workplace rights, and educate yourself. This is the foundation of everything. You cannot play the game if you don't know the rules. Step 2, document every single thing. Every inequity, every example of retaliation, every time you're treated differently. Use the Anti-HR Documentation Journal to record clearly, consistently, and credibly your work environment. Step 3.
Now, she's given all the steps to survive, to keep your job, using all the HR rules that didn't save her. Right? Now, I'm not here to drill down on her and make her an example or anything like that. I'm just showing you the delusion based on what I was breaking down earlier. I'm going to tell you, the spirits that keep our people under perpetual delusion all the way to what? Destruction. When things are being taken away from you, you're not supposed to what? You're not supposed to now look to have an axe to grind against your paymasters, against the corporations. You knew. Well, you should know. Anytime you walk into a place of employment, folks, for the first time, you know that there will be one day you will walk out of that place and to never return. That's inevitable. But I believe that some of these people thought they had a permanent place, a comfortable place in the corporate world above their men. Now I'm going to drop something real quick. And I'm going to show you how I tie all this together, the silent war against Jacob. The strong delusion I was mentioning earlier, brothers. So stay with me. I'm going to tie it in here. I'm going to tie it in. Let's now go to here in the Bible. Proverbs 16. Verse 18. Proverbs 16, verse 18. Pride goeth before destruction, and an haughty spirit before a fall. You have a haughty spirit anytime you still bragging about credentials that means nothing, now that those jobs are no longer available. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, those who trust in the Most High, it's not a big deal to them. They'll adjust, but you know what? There's an ease or really a comfort through the Spirit to know that they have a backup plan. And that backup plan is a spiritual foundation that can help guide them through the low moments. When you're still bragging about, guess what? A lot of these people, hey, their degrees precedes them. And the Bible tells us the wisdom of this world is foolishness with God. All the education she understands, she didn't read this. Goldman Sachs predicts 300 million jobs will be lost or degraded by what? Artificial intelligence. The jobs aren't coming back. This is a silent war. Now that they have strategically separated the families, using one side against the other, the family courts, the policies, bolstering the women intentionally. Who said, you know what? I'm going to rush towards this position in my competition to show my credentials and I can do anything that a man could do. Well, guess what? Where's the fallback plan? See? 300 million. 800 million worldwide, and they're seeking to have all of these predicted by 2030. But I can understand why she's still holding on to this. She put a lot of work into her degrees. And folks, you can only respect the person who has that level of dedication towards accomplishing something. That's not to be disrespected. But when you put all your eggs in that basket and haven't built anything spiritually, what I was talking about earlier, pharmakeia, the spirits that Satan uses. I need y'all to, the greatest tool that Satan uses is pharmakeia, biological warfare, and psychology. Now, let's go back to the scriptures real quick. Follow me because I'm going somewhere with this. Pride goeth before destruction, and an haughty spirit before a fall. Listen to this, folks. Better it is to be of an humble spirit with the lowly than to divide the spoil with the proud. See? When you're in position, you're spoiling and harming others, believing your number will never turn up. Setting people up at corporate, laughing and being used as a weapon against your own people, especially a man. And you're sitting there believing it could never happen to me. My job is solidified. I'm working government. I'm doing this and I'm doing that. And don't even realize you're not going to have enough time to collect any of it. Time is up. We're going to need people to survive. The whole money thing is about to go a different way. So where's your people? Where's your community? Where's your man? So to answer her question about who's going to do all this work, she's still proud. Listen.
Leadership pipelines or gave us token roles without power. So while DEI dismantling is part of the story, it's not the whole story. The bigger picture says that it is about control and the fact that a thriving, self-sufficient Black community is a threat to white supremacy. As a person who worked in HR for 25 plus years, I can...
So she really think that she was a threat to white supremacy. While working at the corporation, she was white supremacy's best friend. She was never a threat. That's why they gave her the position. It's the men they fear. Believe me, if Esau, if he was going to lose fire in you, you would still have a job. So now let's talk about the 800-pound gorilla in the room now. Who targeted all these positions, even to the point where, in a couple of minutes, I'm going to show you, who targeted our people, propped up our sisters in positions that they knew would actually drive a wedge, a deeper wedge between the men who would have to protect the women when it all goes down. Right? And a lot of these white liberal women in these positions, they knew they were using our sisters. Right? Now I need y'all to see something real quick. Real quick. I want y'all to look at this, because here is where it gets deep at, folks. You know, I'll be finding some stuff around, boy. Here is a piece that no one is putting together. Have put together. Here's a white paper from Science Direct. Listen to this. Ethno-racial differences in anxiety and depression. Impairment among emerging adults in higher education. The most enrolled, the most credentialed. Folks, the most according to the demographics on what? Antidepressants. Why am I saying this? It falls right in line with the pharma key. Now, this is what they've found. Esau is a cunning hunter. He's slick. So if there's a situation in our community where Judah lives, and let's just talk about the sisters real quick that was, moved out of position, the whole time was moved into the colleges and all that, was given all this power. All this power. So that the corporations and the Edomite construct can make them think that they're actually a part of what makes Esau's power go. They started blowing up the heads of these women. But this is what they're not telling you. When you look at this paper, it goes into I can't read it all. It's in comparison to white counterparts, psychosocial risk factors in comparison to other racial groups. Brothers and sisters, it goes into the fact that what? And I'm going to speak the silent part out loud. The reasons that our people, mainly the highest, what she said, educated and credentialed, enroll in college, is usually because they're going through trauma, a crossroad, and need a new path. And going to school and getting educated becomes that opportunity so that they can't what? So that they can't think or heal through the depression or whatever they're dealing with. It's a careful distraction, but while they're in college, they're radicalized against their own people. It's an indoctrination. It's an indoctrination. And through the indoctrination, it gives them more of a self-worth they didn't have before going to school. It becomes first a coping, a mechanism to be able to cope and to feel better about oneself. And guess what? There's nothing wrong with that. But here's the issue. When you're at a crossroad or a conflict in your mind and you have no direction to go, that's where we're supposed to meet God. We're not supposed to have an outlet. That's where we're supposed to do what? Face the Almighty and deal with our issues at that point. Not use school as what? As an escape route. To only be indoctrinated further from the issues. Y'all didn't see that twist, did you? But in the white paper, it goes into all these educated people. A lot of them, according to the white papers, has serious mental issues. And they use these credentials as a cover. See? So now they're the authority. They went in a victim, and now they have the authority to say, well, no, look at my credentials. Look at my power. To cover the victimization. And it's in the white paper. Ethno-racial differences in anxiety and depression among emergent adults in higher education. Why? A component that they're not telling people is that the fact that they're getting indoctrinated, taking on spirits while they're in the colleges. And now those spirits are utilized to come back in the community to destroy the people there. See? You can only brag about your education if you can now show the community it's positively affecting. If you get educated and the community you come from is worse than it was, then you have to understand what you brought back to the community when the children aren't reading on grade level. The only thing you have to talk about is your personal accolades. Right? But they're not telling you this, folks. So a lot of these Edomite straight psychos that's over the colleges and all these others. Folks, they had a system that they can use radicalized people who has demons in them to destroy the community under a religion. It's a religion they're being indoctrinated with. And now if you give them a piece of paper to substantiate that education, now they'll go what? 10 toes down against their own purpose. Now, I need y'all to look at this. Here we go. Pharma key. We wrestle not with flesh and blood. The National Library of Medicine. Panic attacks and possession by jinns. Lessons from the psychiatry. What is this talking about, folks? I need y'all to listen to this. It goes into the disorders. Let me show y'all something. It goes into some of the disorders that comes with what? The psych stuff people be taking. And that through this, it's a gateway for jinns or spirits to enter the people. So the pharma key, the witchcraft, is to take the stuff. And by taking the stuff, it opens up a gate where a jinn or a spirit overtakes you. Right? Now I'm going to read a little bit of this a little later, but it goes into it, folks. And what did they find out about the jinn? A jinn is a demon or a spirit. Right? See? Psychotism, paranoid ideation, phobic anxiety, hostility, anxiety, depression, interpersonal sensitivity, obsessive compulsiveness, somatizations, and right, it tell you right here, all these things that are deemed what? Mental illnesses, they have related those things right here to demons that they call what? That they call jinns. They call jinns, folks. So they have found a way through pharma key to get people on this stuff voluntarily. Let me clearly. And now they're even worse than they were before enrolling in college. The higher education, all the pressure that the corporations put on you, especially in fear you're going to lose your job after what? That was really your highest accolade in existence. This is your identifying marker, your degree and your education, and now you're going to lose it all. And then you go directly to the depressants, antidepressants. Well, when you go to the antidepressants, you get a jinn. Somebody want to know what a jinn is? Let's put it up in here. Let's get it. What's a jinn? Right? What's a jinn? Supernatural creatures from Arabic mythology They are the beings of free will, capable of both good and evil, and are said to be created from smokeless fire. Folks, jinns are demons. See? See this? See, that's the piece they didn't drop. Esau, let me tell you, Esau, the cunning hunter, set the whole thing up. He said, you know what? What we're going to do is we're going to drive a wedge between Judah, because Judah is waking up the world. We're going to incentivize through policy in the courts against one side. We'll use the police force against one side. Eventually, the men are going to just, for the sake of self-preservation, are going to run in a corner to preserve themselves for the final fight. But they're no longer going to fight with their women. The men are going to throw their hands up and say, listen, we're done. And at that time, when that happens, after the institution of the family have been totally destroyed, we're going to throw the women who's on psych meds back into the community, flat broke, with no one to save them. Right? That was the plan. So the only way to survive this is repentance. Because Esau isn't taking anyone back. The replacements are here. He's not turning back the clock and have a change of heart, a change of conscience, and say, you know what? These sisters have always been behind our systems and had our corporations grow. Let me open back up the doors for this. The doors are slammed shut. And he says, matter of fact, you can take one of these jinns with you. Right? You can take one of these jinns with you. Man, it's going to get real out here. Now, on top of that, fair use. Listen to this.
Without a driver's test.
It is an ongoing WDR.
The state didn't want this out. Fraud inside Kentucky's transportation cabinet. Licenses issued without a driver's test.
It is an ongoing WDRB investigation, and tonight we hear from a whistleblower who says coworkers used her login to pull off this scheme.
The employees were being paid underneath the table.
They say sometimes
I immediately let my supervisor
Fair
know
use.
about it.
truth hurts.
Did you ever think that this would cost you your job?
No,
And for Melissa Mormon,
I was angry for a long time.
this is one of those.
It hurts me that I'm talking about this and I actually like where I was working at.
Times.
I came into the office that day, my computer was shut down. I was told to go to the front door. Detectives came in, they interviewed me. That was it.
Mormon says she was fired 3 months after she sent this letter to the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, blowing the whistle that workers at the NIA Center licensing branch were selling driver's licenses under the table to people who never took the driver's test.
Undocumented workers.
How did it work? What was going on?
The undocumented workers would come into the office in groups. They would provide them either permits or driver's license illegally. So they will buy.
Brothers and sisters, I need y'all to check out this setup. They could have utilized any of the clerks there. Now you know who was behind this. The crazed white woman liberal. You wasn't going to use her computer. So they knew what the game was. that the immigrants was coming into the country to replace our people who's driving trucks and all of that. So they asked her, can we use your computer? We got a little scheme going on where we'll split up the money. We'll use your login. $200 for a illegal from Israel or some other country to come in and get a CDL license without taking any tests. Without taking any, you know what it takes? You got to go to school for a CDL, the training you have to do, you have to know the language and everything else. This can be a matter of life and death to have some crazed person on the road who don't know how to drive an 18-wheeler. Out of all the people in the DMV, they chose her. So once they got her login, I think I'm going to let her explain it. Once they got her login, even while she was off the job, they were using her computer to process all of the fake CDL licenses, replacing our people's right to earn with upward mobility in trucking. So by using her credentials, eventually they would fire her. She was the target. And folks, it's not like that just with the DMV or the corporate world. It's everywhere, especially throughout the United States. They're targeting all of the corporate jobs held specifically by our sisters. All of them. She was a target. And these was for some of the people who survived the pandemic. Some people, you know, they listened to what the other guys, what they were saying, and didn't live through it, and they was able to replace people like that. $200, folks.
I passed without even taking the test.
How much?
$200 per person.
Up to 5 times a day, she says.
Was this an everyday thing?
Almost, yes.
I first reported on the driver's license fraud investigation in April after getting my...
Oh, yeah. It was the NGOs and Democrats, the NGOs companies paying the $200 for the immigrants. And we all know that links directly, allegedly, to the corporations who's looking to do what? Drive down the wages. See, they can pay these people almost nothing, holding citizenship over their head. They can now take away all of that money they were paying to what? American citizens who are under unions and have what? United States labor law protections.
My hands on one of the state's revocation letters. We learned the transportation cabinet sent more than 1,500 of them in 5 months, telling drivers their license was issued in error and must be returned or they could be criminally charged. At the time, state officials confirmed at least 2 terminations, and ongoing state and federal investigations focused on the NIA Center in West Louisville and the E-Town license branch. But they denied all of our records requests, withholding 2,300 documents on the fraud. Mormon's story fills in the blanks.
I found out it may have been going on for a couple of years before it was found out.
We're told it wasn't as simple as people getting state-issued driver.
Now, I'm going to tell y'all, so, listen, I'm not going to say that it was the sisters, you know, right? Listen, I can only go by her word, right? But I can only assume if it was going on for 2 years, right? If it was going on for 2 years, she'd know what was going on, obviously, right? But who knows? Maybe she's saying something because it was her job now on the line. Or she probably would have stayed quiet. I don't know. Let's finish hearing this.
Driver's license or permits without taking the test. She says 2 of her colleagues at the NIA Center approached her with a business venture, asking if she wanted to get in on the scheme.
I was asked to bring certain customers in, and they are brought in to me without signing in. And you would scan their documents as usual.
Documents made to look legitimate, like birth certificates and social security cards, according to the letter she wrote to the state. But a key to pulling off this scheme was making sure the required Homeland Security screening was never run.
Fair use.
I start getting these emails saying, are you doing this? Are you doing this? Are you doing this?
And that's where...
Hey, folks, just a sidebar. I thought Homeland Security was set up for Muslim extremists who would come into the country against the American citizenry. She's working at her job, descendants of slaves, right? Judite woman. Homeland Security is now tapping her on the shoulder here. Interesting, right?
Homeland Security screening was never run.
I start getting these emails saying, are you doing this? Are you doing this? Are you doing this?
And that's where it unraveled. She says those workers were using her login, a password she says her bosses made her share, as all workers at the driver's license branch did not have their own. And Mormon was training to be a supervisor.
You know, I'm not.
And all due respect to her, brothers and sisters, we have to stop allowing these people to use us as test dummies. I hate to be so direct. This is part of the delusion to make us believe that we are included. When these people are only using us to do the things they know they would get fired for. And folks, listen, I worked in the corporate world. I've seen the general manager pull sisters into the office and they'll go out and do things that he wouldn't do. And he's looking like the good guy that everyone can go to. I've seen this. I've seen a time where I'm sitting in the office because I was a manager there, where we would have a white Edomite general manager. He's unsure of what to do. And he's just asking for some input. And you would see a sister be like, well, listen, I'll handle it. Listen, y'all don't got to worry about it. I'll do it. I've seen it. I've seen times where, all due respect, because we got to call it like it is. I've seen times where families are in the hospital or whatever, and the family, would say, well, listen, we're naturalists. We don't want our children ever to get anything that you all are dealing with when it comes to giving children stuff, because we're naturalists. Okay? I'm trying to speak, in respect of what's going on with, these guidelines, folks. But listen to what I'm saying. The father and mother would be like, nah, we don't want nothing don't give our child anything. We good. Mama's milk is all we need, and we'll take our baby home untouched. And I've seen times where the mother, she's a little groggy or whatever the case is. The father would go downstairs to eat, and they'll send in a sister to ask questions. Well, why don't you want to do this? If there's something that you believe, if your religion, start pressing on, and then get angry when the family stands their ground. When you say, well, no, I don't want pharmacy. I don't need all that. we've been having children since Adam. Well, this can happen to your child, or that can happen to your child. Well, listen, I'm not feeling comfortable up in this hospital with you. You know, this aggressive fear you're pressing on a vulnerable woman who's already gone through a traumatic scenario, birthing a child. That's the psychological warfare, folks. See? A person is already weak and you're going to come and then scare them or make them feel irresponsible if they don't do what you want them to do. How many times we've seen that? Fair use.
Even at my desk, because I'm doing various duties or I'm not there for the day. So, things start kind of coming together. I'm like, what's going on?
Was it always undocumented workers?
Yes.
Every time?
Every time.
It does not surprise me.
Adrian Trivedi helps people trying to obtain legal status, an immigration attorney for 14 years.
For those immigrants that don't have a pathway to obtain legal status.
Listen. Now she's the one that goes unscathed through it all. Okay, right here. She plays either side of the fence and always benefit. And it doesn't matter what the outcome is. She's not going to be the DA going against the president of the United States. She's not going to put her name on suing somebody and all these others. Suing and trying to sue the president. But they'll get behind a sister and say, this is your opportunity. Why don't you sue Trump? Why don't you do this? And no sooner as our sisters do everything that was asked of them, Karen will step aside and guess what? She will smile and laugh at your fall. Now listen to her. Check out what she says here.
Trivedi helps people trying to obtain legal status, an immigration attorney for 14 years.
For those immigrants that don't have a pathway to obtain legal status.
An illegal that doesn't have pathway to obtain legal status is a criminal. If they have snuck over the border. I mean, I wish I could just walk into a country without documents and not get jailed. Now, our people are out of jobs. The sister is out of a job. Look who she's going hard in the paint for. Listen.
For those immigrants that don't have a pathway to obtain legal status, having a driver's license could mean the difference between getting home from work safely.
Getting home from work safely? So they're living in a country. So look at her. So yeah, we need to give them a license, even if they didn't take the same process as taxpayers. So fire the taxpayer, fire the sister or the brother who built the country, and give legal documents to illegals who don't even have to take a test. Folks, you see what warfare looks like? Because now the people they're giving this to are indebted to them. And now they're siding in the warfare against the children of Judah. Automatically. And see, the demon nuts, they know let me tell you, the men figured them out a long time ago. I know we did. So listen to these verbal gymnastics, folks.
License could mean the difference between getting home from work safely, a pathway to obtain legal status.
An immigration attorney.
And look at her sweating bullets too. She don't even know. She know what she's doing is wrong.
For 14 years.
For those immigrants that don't have a pathway to obtain legal status, having a driver's license could mean the difference between getting home from work safely, to their children, to their wives or husbands, and not for a relatively small price to be able to have that chance of avoiding deportation, even just for that day. They're willing to take it.
To Mormon, this license scheme exploited people.
I didn't want no parts of it.
Mormon says she wrote this letter with her boss on October 29th, and she spoke to detectives 3 months later. She was fired the same day.
She wrote a letter and saying that, guess what? This is what they're doing. And she was what?
This letter with her boss on October 29th, and she spoke to detectives 3 months later. She was fired the same day.
Gut punch, yes. Very hard gut punch.
She was 2 years and 3 months onto the job, but she didn't technically work for the state. Mormon was a contractor for Quantum, a staffing agency that Kentucky hired to help fill positions in driver's license branches when they took licensing away from the county clerks.
Please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Mr. Van Satten, this is Gilbert Corsi from WDRB News. The Michigan-based company did not return our calls or emails. It hung up.
It's shocking. Why would an employer punish and take retribution on an employee that reported this wrongdoing?
Mormon story, now the heart of a whistleblower lawsuit going after both the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet.
She should be a hero.
And Quantum Solutions.
There's a failure to supervise these employees. There were obviously no checks and balances.
Kentucky State Police is on it. There are serious concerns, and we'll hold anybody accountable if they violated the law.
That's basically all Governor Andy Beshear would say as we pressed on this case in April. But there was a part of our interview that didn't make our prior report, and it may be important now.
Is there an immigration component to this?
Not that I'm aware of.
WDRB is fighting in court for the paper trail to be made public, uncovering who knew what and when. Sometimes the truth does hurt.
I was hurt and depressed.
But Melissa Mormon believes
I really would like to get my job back.
It will set her free.
All right. Now I need y'all to understand what's going on right here, brothers and sisters. Right? So they hired someone through a temp agency during the Democratic scenario where they was bringing in the replacements against our people, so that they can use that temp agency's credentials to give licenses to people who's coming in to replace our people. And now they're throwing our sisters to the wolves. Now, this is where it gets interesting. This is where it gets very interesting. Right? I need y'all to check this out. Right? This is Judith Vernay Shora. Right? Judith Vernay Shora said this last year. Almost a year to date, almost. August 18th, 2024, brothers and sisters. From Israel, she said this.
problem of Israel is with the young generation of the black community.
The major problem, she said this, folks, from a Jewish lobby, a Jewish lobby meeting in Israel, the state of Israel. The major problem with Israel is with the young generation of the black community. Now, I'm going to leave it up to you all to give your insight to why they're so threatened by the black community, who have done absolutely nothing against the state of Israel or Jewish people. Let me tell you, our people would readily harm their own than touch white people. And the reason why is because they understand the laws of how they'll get a pat on the back and get right back into the community harming their own people if they harm their own. But if they harm a white person, folks, let me tell you, our people understand that there's dire consequences to that. Dire consequences. So here we are. Here it is. We're not bothering nobody, and they're saying over in a foreign country that the major problem with Israel is with the young generation of the black community. Now, I need to ask out there, what is it they fear? What is it?
Black Lives Matter starts there.
Now, here's a piece that I really need y'all to see, folks. She's an Israeli consul who came into General in Atlanta and made the statements that the black youth in America is a problem for them. Right? Now, there's one piece that I missed within this particular presentation here. One piece that I miss. Let me get it. Let me get it here. Listen to this, folks. Remember when I said years ago in the Taskmasters lesson that when they brought our sisters into the colleges, that it wasn't to embolden our sisters and put them in position to benefit our community. It was an effort to get as many educated and indoctrinated as they could in the colleges so there would be no saving our communities. That's why they did it. Because by doing so, okay, Leslie, I see it. By doing so, listen to me clearly, folks. If they can get our women indoctrinated into these colleges and teach what? Alternative lifestyles, then, folks, listen to this. They can do they could, and they've done this, a political end around to where LGBTQ will control all of the resources now. That's now what's left that was sustaining us in our communities, in the poor communities. So they needed them in the college to indoctrinate them. And now here is the new statistics that I'm going into this when Lawyer come back. We're going to sit down and talk about it together. But here's some statistics you can find out right now. One in three of black women in the United States identify as bisexual or lesbian. 1 in 3. 33%. Now, if they identify as that, what they don't know, it moves them out of the demographic of minority of African American, and now they are aligned under, like it says, sedition's another spirit, divide and conquer, Esau warfare. They're now chiefly identified under LGBTQ. So any money that would have went for the so-called black community has dwindled, and now that same allocation through civil rights must filter through what? LGBTQ based on community demographics. You cut the pie of minority according to identity. So if they can get you in these colleges, indoctrinate you, and do all this, and you're standing for all these different things, you're getting radicalized there, right? Experimenting. And then you begin to identify as bi. That's all they need you to do is say you bi. So any allocation when you went into that college that was for your community can only be allocated back into your community through gay people. And who's over LGBTQ? White Edomite gay men and white Edomite gay women. The same families that enslaved us. And being that there's more women in any community than men, by doing so, they've aligned themselves with the enemy by doing so politically, and now there's no resources left in the community when it comes to the social programs that will sustain even the poor. Under Borellis philanthropy. Look at this, folks. 10 years of resource and movements. Emerging LGBTQ leaders to color fund award over $2.3 million to LGBTQ BIPOC-led organizations re-imaging justice and care. The image used to be us. Martin Luther King, Coretta Scott King, Rosa Parks. And I need, look. There are black trans people in the future. Right? And look at all of these particular networks and organizations, NGOs, and all of that. That's siphoning any money that will be left for the poor of our people in the communities. And then at the end of it, it leaves us with this conversation at the end. If only she would have known.
300,000. That's how many black women were fired in 2025 so far and pushed out of the American workforce in just the first months of this year. That's according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And that's not just a statistic. That's a red flag alert.
And they said, listen, there's no need for you anymore. And it falls right back into that woman a year ago, that Jewish lobbyist who said the biggest problem is the black youth in America. Right? Now let's put it all together now. And let's go back to the original scripture. Right? Galatians 5:20. Galatians 5 verse 20. Let's go. No jobs, no future for upward mobility financially going forward, no resources through civil rights that our people died for. The replacements is here. Esau plan has worked perfectly. And no family to stand against the traditional replacements they have already called in. Let's go back to Galatians 5:20. So we need some solutions, right? But if you be led by the Spirit, you are not under the law. Now the works of the flesh are manifest: adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, that's divide and conquer, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies. The same time they're doing this, all the programs they have on mainstream media TV is showing what? Our people acting out. And a lot of these productions are also produced by LGBTQ, who are stoking a negative image where there's nothing positive the world can say concerning Judah, and that was their plan. Demonization before destruction. Envyings, murders, drunkenness, revelings, and such like. This is what they've turned our community into. So what is the fix for this? But if the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long suffering, which is being forgiven. We're not pointing out this to point our fingers and say, nah, it's your fault. Or the other person, or the side's fault. We're pointing this out to say, you know what? Now there's no other place to go. Can we now forgive one another? Repent in preparation for what's about to go down? Or will we continue to stay under the strong delusion? Long suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Against such there is no law. Who's willing to swallow their pride before the whole thing comes down? And state that we were wrong, operating out of order. Right? There's a few things I wanted to go into and I'll talk about it, but now they've siphoned all of the finances out of the community. And now, once you do what? Once you take all the finances out, now you have a weak nation that's ready for the world powers to destroy. We must repent, come back to the Almighty, and on top of that, the Bible says, listen, be like pilgrims in those days. Be like pilgrims in those days. The brother sent me something. Hold on. Let me see what he sent me. If you have anything you want to say in this, y'all can come on in. 445, text me. 445-888-2759. Let's see here. Let me see what the brother sent me. Teams. And I'll open up Zoom for those who would like to come in for Zoom. Okay, thank you, Leslie. And I want to make this clear to everybody out there too, right? The Bible tell you that how Esau's operating the earth, he's a fugitive. He have always used moving around people as a political football, in order to consolidate his power, his homology, right? So he have always operated like that, right? It's just that we have to stop falling for the deception. Oh man, Leslie just sent me this. This is deep. Thank you. Illegal immigrant trucker accused of killing 3 people. I didn't even know this, folks. He failed English and he didn't even understand the road sign test.
New details on a U-turn crash that killed 3 people. Officials say the illegal immigrant charged with causing it had major shortcomings on his driver's test. So why was he given a commercial license? It's a question a lot of people are asking this morning. Good morning. I'm Dana Perino. Bill Hemmer is off. Good morning again.
Good morning to you as well. Good to be with you. This story has so many layers to it.
See, let me tell y'all, folks. Esau always wants you to look the other way, pointing all over the place. You don't see where this is going. Because now the system has been compromised. The DMV and others have been compromised with these identifications that was given to illegals. So what they got to do now is, well, we have to close. You're going to hear these quotes. We have to close the loopholes. Remember, you heard it here. They do the same thing over and over again where it's to the point, it's a script that you can almost quote exactly what they'll do next. We have to close the loopholes. We really need to lean into this real ID. See, they would not have been able to give away these particular identifications if it was real ID, because the real ID would have required the biometrics. See? Hegelian dialectic. I can see this from a mile away while they're putting this in the news. All right? Oh, you got illegals who just killed 3 people when you're the same people who gave them the license. You know what was going to happen. They don't speak the English. They can't read any signs. So now that someone died, which they probably predicted would happen if you get somebody on the road who's probably driving on the wrong side of the street compared to where they're from, in a truck without knowing any signs. So y'all can't see where they're going with this? And then they had the sister who lost her job because some licenses was given out, CDLs. They're going to be like, listen, we got to close the loophole and bring in this real ID so that these immigrants can no longer get these particular documents without going through the true process, because the real ID will require their biometrics. Right? That's the way they're going with this. And then on top of that, because there's so many illegals, they're going to, in the country, they're going to have to switch it all up and bring in what China has. Autonomous rigs, where they'll make a lane, that's right, folks, for driveless trailers they'll make a lane strictly for that, for long distances. And there'll be drop-off centers where smaller trucks can now deliver to the companies. And those smaller trucks will be manned by foreigners, because they're trying to dry up the finances, even when it comes to even white male drivers who have financial upward mobility in the United States, because if they give it to the foreigners, that'll drive down the prices where you're paying the truck drivers almost nothing. You know how many of our people have CDLs and truck companies and all this stuff? That's a way where a guy, even if you were a felon, you can get up enough money to buy a truck and have a truck company and still live a comfortable life. That's where it's going. I can see this a mile away. Oh, I got to read this one for y'all, folks. 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold up. You know what? 901. Okay? 901 asks, text, why don't we attack white people? Huh? A matter of fact, you're gonna have to call. You're gonna have to come in. I'm calling you in. Okay? I'm calling you in, sir. I'm calling you in. Because who knows? I'm not going to make any accusations. Sir, 901, I'm about to call you.
Yes, hello.
Okay, let me see. Hey, what's your name, brother?
Yeah, here's the question. Shalom, Elder. How you?
I am blessed by the Almighty. What did you just text?
Okay, as you speaking right now, there was a TV show that was on Star Trek, and it talks about.
No. We'll talk about the Star Trek thing later. What did you text me?
What did I text you? What did I text? Hold on.
Look at the text and read the text you've just sent me. All right.
Oh, why the young people would not attack the black? I mean, would not attack the white people. Simple fact, do you remember Cain? The story about Cain where...
Hey, brother, I'm very focused in my questions to you. I don't need you to vary off into other conversations. Right?
Okay.
I need you to read the text you sent.
All right.
Read it.
Why the young blacks doesn't attack white people and have a... And then I said that there was a couple old school TV shows that just was seeing while you teaching everything right now. While you teach everything that you saying right now.
Okay. So why do you think it'd be wise for young black people to attack white people?
Well, no. The reason why is because when Cain was turned into leopard, he said that when the people see them, what would happen to him, and then what the Most High told him was...
Brother, when was Cain turned leprous?
Well, was he turned white?
Brother, listen, you're making statements as if they're true. So I'm asking you a question. When was Cain turned leprous? So where did you get that from?
I got that from a teaching a while back.
What was I teaching that?
No, sir.
So why would you quote something you can't prove?
Absolutely. You're absolutely right.
That's a lie. Cain wasn't turned leprous. That's another lie that came from the UPK lies. Okay? Now, it's not smart, young man, listen to me clearly, for anyone to attack another race of people physically. Okay? That's our weapons of warfare aren't carnal. You only protect yourself in defense.
Appreciate you correcting me on that, sir.
All right.
Now, but when you get a chance, look at the Instagram. Woman attack passenger on a plane.
Okay. All right. Thank you, my brother. And again, stop looking at these other guys out there because they're going to twist your mind all up. They need to learn again. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right. You have a great day, my brother.
You too, bro.
All right. Shalom. All right. I put in for the Zoom for those who like to come in. And man, son, I thought you was an operative. Gonna type in there, why don't we attack white people? I mean, what are you talking about? We're ministers of the Bible. We don't attack people. We teach all people and bring them the good word of Christ. We're not into that. Okay, 207. I'm gonna call you now, 207. Who had something to say? Yes, how are you? Hello? Hello? Yes, how can I help you? One second. 207, I'm calling you in now for those who like to come in. I got a few announcements and a few more things I want to go into. If anyone have any questions, now is your time. How you doing, Simeon? Hold on one second. I'll bring you in a moment.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for calling in.
Yes, sir.
One second. All right, I see you there too, Sunshine. I'll bring you in a moment, but let me grab a few of these people here. $207. All right, one second. Yes, you're live for the broadcast. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, what say you?
Hello, Elder. My name is Dalen. I was on the channel a while back when I was about 16. And I'm 18 now, you know, I'm in the truth and stuff. I've been consistent lately. But I've one second. I now have a girlfriend and she's a Christian. But the thing is, she knows that I've showed her like some ways that the Christians, like the things that they've learned, it's wicked. And I want to find out like how I can get her to the.
Well, that's not the way you go about it, young man.
Okay. How do I go about it?
All right, Sonia, can you put it on mute for me?
Yes, sir.
No,
Yes.
I didn't say you, Sonia. You can put that on mute.
Okay, just a minute. I'm trying to. Okay.
Thank you. How old is the young lady?
She's 17. I'm 18.
Okay, you like her?
Yes, sir.
Okay, have you met her family?
Yes, sir.
Well, you don't get off on the wrong foot saying that what she's dealing with is wicked, because there isn't any wicked intent with her going to church. She's going there,
right,
you know, as an option. She's trying to find the Almighty outside of this cruel and deceptive world.
Yes,
So,
sir.
number one, if you got a young girl that fears God and is going to the church, that's a step in the right direction.
Right.
So don't offend her by calling her walk wicked. It ain't her fault that they set up a church, you know, that has pagan traditions attached to it.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Those are the things that I've told her. Not like that is wicked.
Okay. Oh, all right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
all right. Because wicked, that's a hard word. Now, it's like this though. A young lady has expectations when she get with a young man.
Yes, sir.
Right? She fears God. She's going to church. And she has an expectation, according to the Bible, for a provider, someone fears God. And women don't get into a relationship without intentions. Right? And I'm talking about good intentions. So she has traditions that she follows. She's going to look forward to some of the benefits of being in a relationship at a time where usually during certain times of year, it's the holidays that draw families close to one another, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you're up against a tough spot here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because this time of year is cuffing season. So everybody, people are putting their clothes back on, and now they're finding who they're going to be with for the holidays. So it's like this. Okay? What you got to do, young man, what's your name?
My name is Dalen.
Okay. What you got to do is you got to let her know what you believe in, but you have to let her know what you follow, young man, what's in what you're following can replace her expectations within Christianity.
Yes, sir.
Like, for instance, excuse me, all due respect, because I know you're going to be looking forward to Christmas. All right? Mm-hmm. Boom. Christ wasn't born December 25th. I don't celebrate Christmas, but I know Christians do this without the history of knowing what it's really about. The worship of Tammuz and Nimrod and all that, right?
Right.
But here it is. I know there's some expectations of us giving gifts. My gift given time, according to our traditions, is Purim.
Yes, sir.
So you can let her know. You'll get the gifts, but it won't be on Christmas.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what I said too.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Right? And just let her know, listen, if we're going to be in a relationship, you're going to have to adhere to my lead. You have to adhere to my lead because I'm not trying to go into this relationship with conflict. Do you respect and love me enough to follow me?
Yes, sir.
And let her be honest with this, right? Whether or not she really love and trust you. But what I'm saying is don't put down what she's doing like that. Whatever, just say, listen, what do you get out of church? And me being the man to lead you into this truth, I will give the examples of how we can do the same thing, but still be right in the eyes of God. So any expectations you have in the Christian church, we're willing to show you how we can do all of that, but still be aligned with God's word.
Yes, sir.
That's fair. Right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, there's going to be some expectations for you from her side.
Right.
Right? So
yes, sir.
The Bible talks about it speaks about if you are invited into their home. Right? And it says to eat for conscience sake, but you don't got to eat anything unclean. So if they invite you into their home, go. You understand? In respect of her family. But do not participate in any of the regalia or anything negative that you know is worshiping, what's wrong out there. Try to stay away from it as much as you can, but you're going to have to, connect with her parents if you want her to be a wife. Now, I'll tell you this. Right? I'll tell you this, young man. I don't want to dissuade you from a person you care about. That's why I'm showing you the alternatives, how to work with it. But sometimes it's too much struggle.
Yes, sir.
To deal with someone who don't want to see it your way because they're set in their ways. And it's best to find someone and be equally yoked with someone who believes who believes the same.
Right.
But I'm not going to discourage what it is that you care about this person. So I understand that. Right? You got some guys out there, people will tell you, man, if she don't believe, just get rid of her. Who cares about it? No, that's not good. If you care about her, then you take the steps that I've just discussed and see if she'll walk in your path and be able to articulate it and speak to her parents about what you believe, because they might be alarmed, because the majority of the time someone say Israelites, they'll pull up one of these irate radicals online and believe that that's what you are about. So it's an uphill battle for you. Right?
Yes, sir.
The parents going to be like, you one of these people who hate people and all that. Automatically, that's the first thought that will come to their minds. And so you have an upward battle in convincing them that you don't believe a lot of this mess we see out there with people marching, fighting each other, trying to show forth some military aggression, madness. So,
yes, sir.
So which avenue you think you're going to take in this?
Well, Elder, most of the things that you're saying, I've been doing lately. And one thing that I always tell her is that I ask her, do you trust me? She'll say, yeah. And I always tell her that I won't ever lead you to damnation. And so far, she's kind of leaning into it. But it's like I don't want to offend her. Like you said, like I worded it wrong. Like when I said, like I told her that's wicked. I don't do that. Like, but I just don't know how to word certain things and tell her this is that, this is it. I don't know like exactly how to do that. I don't have a clear path on that.
You say this is that. You mean being able to direct her through the word?
Yes, exactly.
All right. Well, continue to study. And this is what young man, listen. Only teacher, or there's no pressure on you to give her anything outside of what you understand.
Right.
Limit it to that. And as you grow, teach her more. You don't have to be a well-rounded, you're a young man. You don't have to be elder lawyer, okay, or elder Ricard CR. It took us time to get from point A to point B. And don't put that pressure on yourself, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
You know you're going in the right direction. And what you need to do is just teach her would have given you a foundation. And y'all grow together in it. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, brother. I know your parents are proud of you.
All
right?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Shalom.
Shalom.
Yes, we have our brother Simeon.
Hey, how you doing, Elder?
We have our brother Simeon Nunnally and Sonia Teller. Hold on, let me do this real quick so they can hear you. Hold on. All right, Simeon, let me pull you in. Let me see if I can get you here on the speaker here. All right, go ahead. Say something as I adjust this. Go ahead.
Hey, Elder, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Come on.
Okay. So good segment per usual. But one thing I also wanted to speak to you on is the 300,000 women that lost their jobs, right?
Yeah.
That is unfortunate, but nevertheless, there's 3,000 women that are missing. And I'm not saying that this is their intention, but when you start seeing the same number repeatedly, it gets harder to find those importance. Right?
I'm saying they probably didn't hear you. How many women are missing? Black women?
It's 300,000 women that are missing in the nation, and according to the statistical reports, 1/3 of them are black. PBS put out a documentary on it, so you can actually look on the documentary. The name of the documentary is 300,000 Women Are Missing in the Nation and Nobody Is Listening.
And hold up, and you're saying, just talk nice and slow so everybody can hear you. So
Okay.
one third of the women that are missing in the United States are black women.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And do you think it has anything to do with some of these meetup apps and all these others, especially with all these strangers in the country?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, yes, that's absolutely. And ironically, you say that, not putting any blame on any community, but the federal government actually did a lawsuit on a significant amount of companies for hiring H-1 visas over American citizens, right? So they got a list of the individuals who they pretend, and that tells me that they have, on assumption, of course, that they have a list of individuals, right, who they was already targeting, utilizing ICE. But back to those 300,000 women that are missing, right? Of course, we have in these major events like the World Cup is coming to the city of Atlanta in 2026. You can already imagine that the citizens are not aware of 300,000 women that are missing. They're not going to be aware of those dangers when the 2026 World Cup come in. You see where I'm going? So you have to be aware, like you were saying earlier, when you were saying go out and warn the citizens, you have to be aware of what's going on so you know how to protect yourself, you see? If you're not paying attention, if you're watching these rappers going into courts and you're not being brought up and listening to personnel like yourself, Elder, because you're absolutely right on just about everything that you say, all right? So if you're not paying attention to these things and not hearing it, then you're subject to be...
I'm listening.
Follow?
I'm listening.
You'll get caught up, right? In the economic war that you're saying, right? I mean, we're hiring those DEI hires, like you were saying.
To an automated.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Those DEI hires that you were saying, right? I mean, that sounded like a temporary position from the beginning, you see? But when they started going through and cutting individuals from those companies, those was, like you were saying, those was holding positions. You never saw a CEO of a DEI company. You never seen the DEI company even come into existence. A company that specifically dealt with DEI, right? What you saw was companies picking up these positions, right, and creating them, and just like they create them, they can wipe it away. The federal government just wiped away $700 million from the nation's budget, right? And that's cutting a significant amount of jobs from the from the intelligence community.
Hold
More jobs.
Hold on. Hey, Will, hold on, all right?
Come on, Elder.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Right. So they just cut $700 million out of the budget. That's even more jobs that's cut, right? So when you cut all of these jobs significantly, you are creating scarcity. You're absolutely correct, right? Even though that's spoken of in the last days, biblical, but nevertheless,
So here's my question on that, though, just for context, to edify for the people, right? Being that you are in the political arena there, right?
Correct.
And what city and state?
The city of Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, what answers are they giving that can relieve people? Relieve all these people that are being let off, being fired with no end in sight. Like, what are they saying politically is the Band-Aid, or what are they putting in place to resolve, what's going on, or are they saying nothing at all?
Well, what's truly going on, there's an organization called BRICS: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. These are the countries that we get majority of our imports from, right? A long time ago, Elder, when I was a kid and your generation was in political positions, those generations passed something called the NAFTA agreement. Both parties knew it was a bad idea. Nevertheless, what ended up happening was the significance of the prices. We gave foreign countries the ability to manipulate our prices on imports.
Yeah, but I don't think. Did you hear my question?
Right, I'm getting to it.
Oh, okay.
So what ended up happening is now all of these prices are going up by these countries, right? And the government is giving out ridiculous reasons, right? Like a bridge collapse or XYZ, right? But the truth is that, so the Band-Aid is they don't really even know because a long time ago they signed very, very bad contracts, right? So they don't even know. And that's why, God bless me, I end up looking at a resolution, and we was pushing a resolution here in the state of Georgia where we bring in $147 billion back. Now, if we're losing $107 billion, you follow, for many years, we was being bled for a long time. And I'm pretty sure, Elder, was your wisdom, you remember how these people kept talking about these bad contracts. So the thing is, they're cutting jobs to save money to pay back other countries. You follow? And that's really what's going on.
Usually when you're firing people and they're losing jobs, hands over fist, where there's no end in sight, usually there's some political conversation that's being had for the people that are losing these jobs, giving them some level of relief as far as, letting them know this is what you can look forward to in the future based on all of these jobs being lost now. Is there anything out there like that? Are they saying, are they giving them any short-term solutions?
That's, God bless me, the only person thus far that came up with a short-term solution is our office, which is 1252, which is to stop trading. Government, Elder, is just
okay, so what is that solution?
Government is just a think tank, right? So we just come up with ideas when there's a problem on the end, right? And our solution that we submitted, right, is to stop trading with those countries that are raising the prices significantly and start leaning more on our own resources by working with the school systems, right? So we'll go into the school systems and teach the kids aquaponics.
I'm saying, but if I lost my job, how are you teaching kids going to help me who I just lost my job? How does that translate?
So watch this. This is how that translate, right? This is exactly how it translate. Other than, again, in your wisdom and working in corporate America, you can follow this business model, right? So what will end up happening is really the rise of the entrepreneur, because what end up happening, we end up bringing $147 billion back to the state. So now we're going into the schools and we're looking into aquaponics and hydroponics, and the kids start doing aquaponics and hydroponics, right? And at the same time, you're getting off the medications. You're taking them off Ritalin and all of those things because of the fact that the farming is going good. Now, the school systems get $1, right? Because the school systems isn't really into the system of selling groceries, right? But the school systems end up starting and going into business with the citizens, which brings down the prices of all groceries significantly, right? Now, what ended up happening was the state would end up start doing business and trading more on our domestic farmers,
brother, this
right?
is, all due respect though, because you gotta shorten this up for the phone calls.
Right. I'm trying. It's a lot. It's a lot to unpack in that resolution.
Okay, so if somebody needs to eat, all this got to happen before people who just lost their job is able to have a solution.
The best. Okay, so the sum it all up, because again, we bring it back all industries, Elder. You see, so you bringing back. We're leaning more on domestic agriculture. We're also bringing back lithium. We're bringing back all of those jobs that was sent, but they're bringing it back we're bringing back all of those industries. As you see right now, a lot of those companies are coming up.
All right, brother, I'm gonna need you to hold tight for a second because I got to read something.
Okay. Oh, and last thing, can I say this one last thing before you read what you're going to read?
Hurry up.
Okay. When you was talking about those Walgreens and those pharmacies that was up on the corners, right? Now you see they're all closing at the current moment too, because Walgreens was sued. The federal government sued Walgreens. Kind of find out they was selling They were selling the citizens placebos. So when citizens was going to pick up their medication for their grandmother for their high blood pressure, they was getting bad medicine. So behind closed doors, while people are not paying attention, they got hit with the lawsuit, right? Where a lot of people, I don't know if they can still claim their money, but they can file that lawsuit and see the deadline over. But that's why a lot of these pharmacy companies on these corners are closing right now. So if you look around, you'll see a lot of them closing. You didn't see them coming up, but you're watching them fall right now.
Well, thank you, brother, for your input. I appreciate it. All right. Let me put this out there. You can let yourself out, brother. I got other people in line. I'm gonna put this out there. All right. Hold on, Will. Let me say this real quick. And see, all due respect for him, because we have brothers and there are a lot of people in political positions, right? Who are trying to do what they can to help our people. And all due respect, hey, if you have people in a position to help our people from any angle, that's a blessing in of itself. All right. But I have to read this, right? Because really, all these implementations politically, there is no time for it based on what's about to happen. By the time we wait for all these other things to happen, let me tell you, the mark of the beast and everything will be on the scene. Here's the reality of the matter. There will be no political fix. They are intentionally sucking all the finances out of the system intentionally to fast track the mark of the beast system so that now they can claim there's no resources and through that, no money in the treasury, so they must reset the world currency. Okay? That's why right now they just rolled out of nowhere. And it wasn't nobody doing anything to anybody in D.C. They're rolling out tanks. And now just having tanks on the street that nothing is happening there in D.C. is costing D.C., the United States, $1 million a day just to have military police and things right now. They're depleting all of the funds. So there will be no fix. They'll have politicians spinning their wheels until they'll have no more need for the politicians. They're going to throw them back to the community. How do I know this? The Lord spoke it. Okay? It's in the word where this is going. Let me show you. And then I'm going to go to the solution. Right? It says right here, for behold, 2 Ezra 16 and 68, the burning wrath of a great multitude is kindled over you. That multitude are the Gentile nations that have rallied together, these idolaters they brought over, with Esau to come against us because of the awakening. For behold, the burning wrath of a great multitude is kindled over you. And they shall take some of you and feed you, being idle, with things offered unto idols. That's us putting our finances into their merchandise. We're really funding, I'm going to tell you folks, the Gentile nations who serve the lesser gods. And that emboldens them to have the finances to continue their war against us. That's why I mentioned a couple of weeks ago. Of course, they gave the money originally to the sisters because the sisters spend. And that keeps the economy going. So if there's a side of a court or whatever the case is, they're going to put the money into the person's hands who's going to actually have the money circulate in the economy. They don't care about men or women. Okay? So now, that's why I mentioned a couple of weeks ago. Okay, you're going to do nails here, even though, brothers are saying we don't really need that, but brothers out there saying no, but you're going to do it anyway. So yeah, at least make it where you're not giving the money to them. Make it where you can generate the finances amongst yourself if you're going to do it. Because the money we're giving to the other nations when it comes to the idolatry and all of that, they're using that in an engine to destroy us. And it says right here, and feed you being idle with things offered to idols. That's their businesses. That's why they'll come over here and get a grant. They can set up a restaurant and everything. But really, they have altars with a lot of their restaurants where they're sacrificing to the gods. They're praying to these gods against you. And they that consent unto them shall be had in derision, and in reproach, and trodden underfoot. 70 AD all over again. For there shall be in every place and in the next cities a great insurrection upon those that fear the Lord. They shall be like madmen, sparing none, but still spoiling and destroying those that fear the Lord. Like the brother mentioned about our sisters that are coming up missing, they don't even realize that they're being targeted. A lot of these perverts, these straight satanic deviants from other countries, and I'm talking about from the state of Israel, from the Middle Eastern countries, how they view our sisters from over there. You don't want to fall in the hands of these people. They'll get on an app. They'll meet you in all of that. But folks, they're not like any men, sisters, you've ever met. They don't know what it is to be under a society where they fear police. They're not built like that. They were raised someplace else. And you'll meet them in the app and thinking that it's all good, and the things they'll do to you, your family, guess what? You'll come up missing. You'll come up missing because guess what? They're being told in their little circles that they can do whatever they want to do to our people here and go back unscathed from their country as if they never existed. That's what you do when you let some people come in undocumented, where the Democrats give them an identity to utilize right next to where you live. So the Bible is telling you, understand we're in some different times. When they opened this thing back up during the coronavirus, this whole world, the whole system was changed. And what we've come accustomed to thinking America is and what the world is, it's entirely different than what we thought it is. Because with the new people, with a different culture, and guess what? They see sisters are without protection. And it says, and the guide of them, it says, let me go here. For they shall waste and take away their goods and cast them out of their houses. Before that, they shall be like madmen, sparing none, but still spoiling and destroying those that fear the Lord. So the focus, they're paying these pagans, these idolaters, they're paying these deviants to come over here and to attack the weak of our people. For they shall waste and take away thy goods. Everything is drying up, finances and all of that, and cast them out of their houses. Now, if you have no money to be able to pay for anything, eventually that will lead to homelessness. What I'm reading is real-time prophecy. You know why? Because we didn't want to listen when the signs were there. When the signs were there and it seemed like everything would stay normal, There was no preparation. Then they can flip it. They can flip the switch and your whole life can change in one moment. And they showed us that during that so-called pandemic. Then shall they be known. Now, when everything is taken away from you, then it shall be known who are my chosen. Will you stand with the Most High through adversity and have him build you from nothing into who he's always seen you as? See? Are you willing to go through the lowest of lows to be built back into the image of God? That will be our test. And they shall be tried as gold in the fire. O ye my beloved, saith the Lord, behold, the days of trouble are at hand, but I will deliver you from the same. It's a war. It's a war. And our sisters need to see this more so right now. What I'm saying is because they have swung the pendulum the other way. Because when men are attacked, men take what? Men take the offense. Now, when we didn't know that the war was against us, there was a level of naivety there. But when it came down to the courts, when it came down to all these other things that was going on, with the apps and the social media, and now men started hearing people say things that we didn't know that they would say otherwise before the internet. Men started saying, well, hold up. We in a war. Huh? It's time to fight. So men changed their whole posture without saying anything and started doing what? Started walking around the traps. Both eyes open, understanding that this was a strategic war they did to us. It took us, it was a slow drip, but we started realizing the whole engagement. Even younger men are seeing what it is and asking serious questions so not to fall into some of the pitfalls and traps the men before them fell into. So now the enemy said, well, okay, the men have woke up. They're not falling for the traps like they used to. It's still going to be some stragglers out there that's going to fall to it. But now they switched the pendulum to the weaker vessel. They're coming after the women. See? When they know they're up against a frontal war and the men see them, Amalek, he began to attack who? He'll begin to attack the women and the children. He did that when we came out of Egypt. That's where his war is. So he's going to be picking off women, and they're going to be using the apps and the location finders on the phones to get sisters. I'm telling you right now. Make sure you have some type of protection on you, and make sure you have you have your head on a swivel, and if it be the Most High, a man to protect you. Because there will be no program that's going to come back, because they want to dry up everything to move to the mark of the beast system. That's it. And then they're going to say, well, hold up. You can keep your housing and everything else if you're willing to get chipped. That'll be the next step in this. Yes, Will. How are you, Will? How you doing, Will? Will, you there?
Elder, can you hear me?
Yeah. Let's make it quick because I'm about to break down.
Okay, well, I just got I was wondering about.
What's up with your phone?
Can you hear me?
No, it's a lot of static with it.
Okay, how about now? Is this better?
Yes. Yeah. Come on.
Okay, yeah, Elder, I was wondering about maybe a lesson, because what I do want to understand is the split like between France, Germany, Spain, Greece, like Rome and Russia. Like, how did they, the Edomites, started, going against each other, a breakdown on that split, just for that understanding too. I don't know what's your thoughts?
Well, it's simple for that. That's a simple scenario. You have clans in all of that. You have clans and tribes within all nations.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to have infighting, but Esau needed to, especially under Julius Caesar, he had to go to war against the other neighboring countries who didn't want to join the alliance. So if you're straggling and Esau got some countries to take down, even his people, if they're not down, they're going to get down or lay down, because Satan got a plan with them. So if there's somebody that's resisting the order, Esau will take out his own people if he have to. He don't care about that if you're resisting the order.
Yeah, he shows that right here in America.
Yeah. So what they'll do is they'll say, listen, you get down, or they'll take out the leader and do regime change. They've been doing that since throughout all history. So it's not like Esau have always been lockstep one with another. Esau, he only know war, and that's even with one another. Okay, so I'll look into a lesson like that on how Rome united. That'll be a good lesson to show a history lesson, and a lot of that you can find in the Annals of Rome. But to show how Rome united, because how Rome united is really how, when you look at the history of the United States, it's almost the same thing. Like, don't forget, the Civil War was a Confederate, right? You had Confederate against the North.
Yeah, right.
So these were white people fighting each other. They've always, it's about getting everybody down to the end game.
Okay, another one. That breakdown of Ephesians, because for we wrestle not against flesh and blood,
yeah,
but spiritual wickedness in high places, rulers of the darkness, powers and principalities.
Yeah,
because we're looking at 4 different entities that we wrestle with every day. And in each one of those entities, there's so many different departments within each one of those 4 entities that we wrestle with every day. And so many people don't even know one entity or understand one of those entities, let alone all the different departments.
See, but
it's like we don't even, it's like, so we wake up defeated, not knowing and understanding who we wrestling with.
Yeah, but see, that's a little overthinking it. That's why the Most High made it clear. Witchcraft. That's why it's spelled out, so that you don't have to go into, because there's many intricacies within each one.
Right.
But I can stay away from about 500 of them, 1,000 of them, by not dealing with witchcraft. So the Bible, so the law makes it clear. If you follow the law, then you don't got to worry about what we wrestle against, because you have power over all of them through Christ. You got it?
Yeah, tempo. Understood.
My brother. Blessings.
Okay, one more.
Oh, ain't no one more. There's other people, brother. There's other people. Shalom. Okay. Oh, man. The phone got static and everything up in it. All right, brother Israel. How are you? Unmute. Brother Israel, unmute, please. Yes, Keith. 2 minutes. 2 minutes per call.
How you doing, man? I am calling because I wanted to get a little bit more clarification on what somebody who was following your teachings was saying about what they were. I just had one question about that. A couple of questions about that.
Okay, brother Israel. Brother Israel, put it on mute.
Oh, okay, there it is.
You put it back on mute because when I ask you, I'm going to ask you in a couple of minutes. Oh, can you come in through Zoom, sir? Mr. Keith Johnson?
That I can, but is that a...
Yeah. I would prefer you come in through Zoom.
Got to re-download it, so...
Oh, no, you don't got to re-download anything. I got it in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing you got to do, I just put it in the comment section. You click on that and make sure your device audio and video shows up.
Gotcha.
So let me know when you click on that. You see it in the chat?
Yeah, it's loading right now.
All right. Okay. What's going on now?
Join meeting. I'm about to join it right now. Or yeah.
Okay, well you can hang up and just join the meeting. And I'll pull you in. I'll see your name.
All right.
My brother. There you go. What's your name? Keith Johnson?
No, that's my father. My name's RJ.
Oh, Randy. Okay, I'm going to bring you in. All right, RJ. Hold on. I'm going to hang up here. All right, OJ. I had you in there. I'm going to take Brother Israel, then I'm going to bring you in. You can ask your questions. All right?
Gotcha. Okay.
All right, my brother. All right, Brother Israel, talk to me.
Shalom, elder.
Shalom. 2 minutes. Talk to me.
Yeah, man.
No, Randy, put yours on mute for a second. I'm going to bring you in a second.
Gotcha.
Yes, Brother Israel, talk to me.
Yeah, the thing with the AI thing, right? I wanted to tell you about this documentary called A Trip into the Supernatural. It was this dude who was in a secret society, and he was talking about how one time he was in a match and used to walk past this room all the time, but one time he decided to take notice because he heard typewriters in there. And then when he stepped in, it was type.
Hold up, brother. Is this a movie or something that I'll be able to see myself?
This is a documentary. It's based on something real, and it's the actual guy talking. And yes, you can watch it.
Okay, but because I don't want you to spoil it, so give me something without spoiling because I'm going to look at it.
Well, just like AI gives you the answers on its own, just think about it not being in a modern time, back like maybe in the 80s or something, and based on what they were using, it was happening then. Just like you said, spirits behind the AI.
Well, let me tell you this. AI is connected through a spirit. And it's directly connected to the fallen angels. When they turned on CERN, they opened that portal. They opened that portal where those spirits that the elite worship was now able to connect directly to the people. So they're not even going to, at one time they were using mediums where people would go to tarot cards and all that. All that is going to be obsolete because the spirits now can get directly to the people.
Right.
And right now, AI is only showing the benefits of what it provides. This is how it lures people in or get them dependent on trusting it.
And that's what he was saying. It was helping lawyers and doctors like back during that time. And he was talking about how they worship the gods.
Yeah, but they're subjected to the gods. But there's one power that they cannot overcome, and that's the power of Yeshua. And they know it. So believe it or not, what people are dealing with is actual entities where they found how to utilize a code that connects portals. And I'm going to have that whole other conversation down the line. But AI right now is presenting itself as just an administrator. But they're hiding the spirit behind it. They're trying to get everyone to trust in it first. But that's a whole nother conversation. So, brother, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. And I'm going to look into this documentary.
You're welcome. It's called A Trip into the Supernatural. And do you take calls on Patreon?
Yeah, I'll be taking calls Patreon this Friday. Absolutely.
Okay, cool, man. I got to talk to you about something else. All right. Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, my brother. Thank you, because I'm definitely going to look into this. I may pull it up tonight.
All right.
All right. Thank you, brother. Shalom. All right. We got brother Randy. Talk to me, Randy. Unmute.
How you doing, man?
I am blessed by the Almighty. Tell me about yourself.
Oh, college graduate. Just working, getting through life. But
how old are you?
23.
Okay, good. And you said you had a question about you got into some type of debate with someone who actually follow our church.
Yeah. So what he said, what he brought up that claims that the Israelites were enslaved for a reason and like they deserved it as punishment. I just wanted clarification on what that was about, if that was a teaching.
What you mean deserved it as a punishment?
That's why I called, because he said that to me and my friend, and so I wanted to clarify that if that was actually what was said. He said that y'all said it. He said he saw it from one of y'all's videos, so that's why I wanted to call in and get clarification from the source.
Okay, I'm going to bring a biblical clarity to this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I'm going to do this, young man, because it would seem illogical, especially for a college graduate, someone who's, who learned under the world schooling, to be able to logically reason with a God who would reason or respect a God who would do this to his own people. That's the angle you're looking at.
Well, I'm just going based off of what you said.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about you.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh no, this isn't. No, I don't believe that. No.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. So let's go. Let's go to Deuteronomy 28.
Okay.
Because I'm going to give you a logical understanding to this, where you'll be able to understand that slavery, according to the Bible, is a curse on our people.
Mm-hmm.
Right? When you go to Deuteronomy 28, and you probably wonder why I'm laughing, right?
I do.
All right. I'm laughing, my brother, because before you even called in, I'm going to put on the screen. Part of my lesson was the fact that the state of Israel, these are Edomites over there, have been writing articles about our awakening, with us teaching other races of people on the street in the times of Israel. Like the whole world is discussing the awakening.
Mm-hmm.
In fear of what it means politically for the earth, now that God's people understand that we are the people that was written of in Deuteronomy 28. So what they're trying to do over there in Israel today is bring other scriptures to try to disprove the fact that black people are in fact the lost tribes of Israel. And you know what? They're coming up short. They're coming up short big time. Okay? But anyway, I just want to show that for the audience. But let's go to Deuteronomy 28 real quick, right? Now, Deuteronomy 28, young man. And let me get your first name again.
Randall.
Randall. Nice to meet you, Randall. Thanks for calling.
Nice to meet you too.
When you go to Deuteronomy, let's go to Deuteronomy 27:1. I'm just going to jump around a little bit, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And Moses with the elders of Israel commanded the people, saying, keep all the commandments which I command you this day. Right? The commandments were given only to the children of Israel to be a light to the world. All other nations on the outside of God's people would be considered pagans, idol and God worshipers, right? They have a lot of religious practices that's immoral, right? Like the example I can give you, child sacrifice. All of the Gentile nations had some form of child sacrifice within their religious traditions, where it was required for them to actually, children and all of that, under the gods and goddesses they worship. Our people were not to participate in that, right? Let's just use that as an example. I don't want to go through all of them, but the majority of things we're suffering right now as a people, it's really what these nations used to do to each other. So what God was saying was, if I take my protection away from you, you're not going to like how these nations are going to treat you. Because everything I'm telling you is what they do to each other. Okay, you understand?
So you're saying that it was to show us what would happen.
No,
in a way.
Well, let me read it. Let me read it. I can read it, but I'm just framing it in a way where you can understand it logically. That it's not like these things weren't going on at all. These nations are heathens. Right? So the Most High is saying, listen, it's the law that's protecting you. And with me going before you, I'm protecting you from these people are crazy. Now, if you break the law and start following what they're doing, then my power can no longer hedge you from them, and you'll fall under a curse. Right? So let me show you. I'm in Deuteronomy 28. It says, and it shall come to pass if thou shalt hearken diligently, 28:1, to the voice of the Lord thy God to observe and to do all his commandments which I command you this day, that the Lord thy God will set you on high above all nations of the earth. Right? That means you are my example, my moral authority for the earth. And the earth gets better, or will see the direction they must go based on you. I didn't give this law to everyone, right? So now, he said in the 15th verse, but it shall come to pass if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes, which command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Right? So, if you follow, he'll put you above all people. But if you follow these people, you might as well be under them. You understand that?
So it's essentially a test.
It's not a test. It's an agreement. It's a covenant. Like for instance, do you work anywhere?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So usually, young man, when you go to work, you must fill out a lot of paperwork, right? You enter you enter an agreement for service, correct?
Not gonna lie to you, I didn't sign anything for my job.
What type of job you have?
Currently, I'm in retail.
You in retail? You get a paycheck?
I do.
Direct deposit?
Yep.
And you sign nothing for them to deposit into your account?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Interesting. Well, generally, when people get jobs, they fill out paperwork because there's labor laws, right? That the job must what? Adhere to when it comes to a worker. So let's just say generally, you enter an agreement, which means if you break one of these agreements in this covenant, because that's what it is, they can fire you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, it's not a test. This was an agreement. because the law, statutes, and commandments that was given to the Israelites through bloodline, my brother. Listen to this. Made these people special above all people because of the law. Right? It's like our Constitution, a covenant with God. So it's not a test. You do this and you got everything going on. Right? Now, 15. Let me read it. And let me give you some examples real quick, young man. All right? Here's some examples. Okay. Here's some examples so you'll know it's not a test. All right? Here's some examples. Right? We came out of Egypt. Let me show you this real quick. And I'm going to go back to Deuteronomy 28. Right? And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, I am the Lord your God. After the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein ye dwelt, shall ye not do. And after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall ye not do. Neither shall you walk in their ordinances. If the Most High wanted us to be like the Egyptians, he wouldn't have saved us out of Egypt. So he said, you can't do what we witnessed them doing over there. What were they doing? Look at this. None of you shall approach to any that is near of kin to him to uncover their nakedness. Okay? Like somebody sleeping with their own sister, their own brother. So ain't no test. He's like, nah, I didn't set people up for incest. That's immoral. So it's not a test. These are the things the other nations do. Kissing cousins and all that other stuff. The nakedness of thy father, the nakedness of thy mother, sleeping with their mother, father, and all of that. Leviticus 20 and 13, laying down with mankind like you're supposed to lay with a woman, because he meant for people to enjoy that laying down in a union to bring forth life. So it's not a test. The covenant is for our people to live moral. That's the agreement, right? You got it?
I'm following.
I'm saying, do you understand so far?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so it's not a test. It's an agreement. I'm going to hook you up and you'll rule everything from and that rulership will be an extension from heaven for walking moral. Right? Now, let's go to the Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. So it's not a test. It's an agreement that we went into. Now,
sorry, go ahead.
Hold, let me finish reading. So now, 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all the commandments and his statutes which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Right? So it goes through all the curses. And this is what happens when you don't have protection. All the way down to what? Deuteronomy 28 and 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt, that means bondage, again with ships. That's a prophecy that happened. No other people can stake claim to this happening. By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. That will be our last. This captivity would be the last. And there you shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. That means no man shall save us out of this condition. That's Christ's position to do so. Okay? So now, this is what you have to understand, young man. He gave us the land of Canaan because that area is the place, what? From where men ruled since Adam. The dust of the ground was made out of that very same land. Whoever rules that land rules the world. We're the covenant people. We made an agreement, and because we broke that covenant, Christ sacrificed, because within the law, there's a sacrifice, a lamb without blemish that can give us another opportunity at covenant. If we couldn't keep the laws on the land, then the Most High would scatter us off of the land, because that land was meant to be ruled in righteousness. Now, because of Christ's blood, that's the second covenant. That's an agreement that give us an opportunity to stand in his law, which will cover the sins of our forefathers to one day have what was promised to Abraham. Do you understand that?
So the only thing that I'm trying to grasp here is that slavery, essentially, you're saying that it was an agreement, but
no,
due to the prophecy that you
slavery wasn't the agreement.
It was part of the prophecy.
It was the curse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because he wasn't going to allow us to sacrifice children like the Gentiles on a land that he gave us to live morally on, or to deal with incest, homosexuality, and all these things when he could have kept us in Egypt.
So then those that remained that weren't taken by the ships, what would they be considered?
The ones who weren't taken by the ships, they would be considered the tribes. What you mean? They were all taken by ships. What are you talking about? All the tribes at one point went through ships. When you go into 2nd Ezra 13 and 39, when the 10 tribes came over to the Americas, when the Edomites found the 10 tribes here, they were taking them back in ships. There were no planes, over to Spain to actually serve, over into Italy to serve. So the blacks that came here through the transatlantic slave trade weren't the only people taken in slave ships.
No, I know, but I'm just asking but not every black that was in Africa was taken by a slave ship.
Well, you have to realize this, okay? When it comes to that particular curse, it's not that every one of them would be taken by ships. Not every last one of them.
Mm.
There have been instances, brother, where even those who are in Africa, different tribes, even after the transatlantic slave trade, was taken into parts of the Vatican. That was taken into other areas. That was remixed and moved into different tribes. Nigeria didn't even become a country until the 60s. You understand? So what you have to understand, young man, it's speaking of what? Curses that can be viewed so vast. It's of biblical proportions. Like if you talk about slave ships, no other people can stake claim with that. Jewish people can't. Right? So when you look at the prophecy in of itself, it would lead people to understand, well, okay, this particular prophecy was of biblical proportion. Is there any truth to this? Should we look into this? And if so, what does this mean for the world? If you are an Israelite from the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, young man, and your stock goes directly back to this promise to one day rule, to give honor to your fathers who fell in the past, is that something you would be willing to step up and take hold to?
I am not. I was, really calling just to get more information on the beliefs of your church.
What do you believe?
Personally, what do I believe?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm an atheist.
Okay. Hey, brother, let me make it clear. I will respect what you call yourself. But you're not an atheist. And I'm going to tell you how I know you're not an atheist. Number one, and I need you to think about this real good, young man. You're a logical person to understand that what? That man didn't just make himself. We didn't just pop up out of nowhere, right? So you must believe in a force or something that led to all of creation. Whatever that is, right?
When you say force, what exactly do you mean?
What I'm talking about, young man, is nothing comes of itself. That's impossible. That's common sense. Like the earth didn't appear of itself. Something existed that led to earth. Do you believe that?
I do believe that, yes.
Okay. Then you're not an atheist.
I don't believe in a omniscient being, though, or...
Young man.
Yes.
If you believe that the earth was not so at one point, and that the earth is this plane we're living on can only be here through some level of high intelligence.
Well, when I say that I didn't believe that the earth was here in the first place, there is evidence that the earth is a newer planet. So
okay. Whether it's new or not, let's just say that, guess what? We both can agree that there's a higher intelligence that would lead to this intelligent construct. Something like this doesn't come just by willy-nilly here, young man. There must be something that's a precursor to all that exists. It's just that you don't know what that is, and we know what that is. But we both agree it exists.
Respectfully, I don't agree with that, but...
You what?
I respectfully don't agree with it.
Okay, so how did the earth come to be?
Like I said, I believe that there was a set of reactions that caused the combination of the right materials that led to the earth being created.
Okay, so who set off the reactions?
I don't think there was a who.
What?
I don't believe there was a what either.
I'm saying, I need you to logically think of this being an intelligent young man. You're saying a reaction or something, a reaction happened. But isn't there an action before a reaction?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Yes. What is that action?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but
hold up. So you didn't read that page?
It's not necessarily that I read, I just don't believe what you're preaching.
No, brother, listen. I'm not preaching nothing. I'm using common sense. What I'm telling you is, you're not an atheist. You can't be an atheist if you state that there's an action before reaction, because that's you admitting that there's a life force.
So the Big Bang just doesn't exist?
Huh?
Didn't exist? The Big Bang never happened.
Listen. Who told you the Big Bang happened? Science. Okay, put it this way. And I'm going to have you think on this. I got to go in a minute because this is good. Call back again so we can have this conversation. Hey, brother, just say hypothetically for the conversation, what science say is the Big Bang. Just say hypothetically that what science says is the Big Bang, we know is God. right? So we both agree that something happened there, but we understand what it was. You're the one confused concerning it, because the only thing you're seeing is calling it a Big Bang. We're telling you that it's God.
So how could that be fact if we didn't see God created, but we do have evidence of the Big Bang being,
Okay, all right. Okay, you know what? I'm going to entertain you with this. Prove to me the Big Bang happened.
There's evidence of it happening.
No. Again, prove to me the Big Bang happened. Shoot.
You want me to give you an article or
No. I need you to prove. Because the guy that wrote the article could be a liar.
Okay. No problem. There's still microwave that were left over from the Big Bang, heat radiation, all of it. They observed this.
Okay, where's this radiation?
It's all over the universe.
All over the universe. And how are they measuring this radiation?
Satellite, the various means. They have satellites. They have a lot of different things.
Oh, no. I need you to give me the science on it, because you said science.
So you're asking me to provide exactly how they measure it? Or are you trying to say that they lied about it?
Brother, listen, I think they're a bunch of liars. So you're gonna have to. Okay. So you're gonna have to. You're the one saying you believe in the Big Bang. I mean, right. let me tell you, it's more common sense to understand it the way the world have understood it for thousands of years before modern day satanic science. The whole world knew that God did this in the beginning, before modern day education. So, brother, let me tell you. The onus is on you to prove some radiation no one can see. And you'd rather believe, and guess what? It takes even more to believe in that than what I'm reading out of the Bible. Because at least I can go to sources and I can go to precepts.
Can you put those sources in the Zoom chat so I can read them?
No, brother, listen. This is what I'm going to do for you. All right. I'm going to invite you into the Hebrew and Bible Academy so that you can see the first lesson, the creation of the universe. And then after you see that, tell me what you think. You're going to find out, brother, Darwin, he was a freaked out pervert out of his mind. You know, Einstein would be a modern day meth head. The majority of the people that have come up with this satanic science has occult satanic background. And they don't want to believe in Christ because they know Christ is coming to judge their wicked behinds. I can understand why they would have a problem with it. But you're God's child. They just indoctrinated you with some nonsense that they don't even believe. They're Luciferians. Behind closed doors, they know God exists. Okay? So brother, what I'm saying is, you're debating in curiosity. It's admirable. And let me tell you this. That's the Most High in you. That's God having you deal with all these different conversations in hope that you'll find him. So I'm not looking down on you because I know the curiosity is because every other religion out here cannot prove anything, and you can stand up against a modern day Christian. But I'm going to tell you, brother, God is real. You're a son of Abraham. You're a child of promise, whether you accept it or not. And and not only that, the Most High loves you, man. That's what you have to know. Many people have put their life on the line for you to receive what you're receiving right now. And atheism, science, it's all a stumbling block to keep you from seeing your true purpose. Okay? So, young man, this is something that you can't debate with me. All right?
Yes, yeah.
No, believe me. You can't, now listen to me, young man, and listen, I've been where you are, and I'll say this, the greatest atheists that you can find online can only debate unlearned Christians. Because number one, and I'm going to show you how ridiculous atheists are, not including you. I just think you are impressionable right now.
I just want to say that.
No. Listen, young man.
Sir, I haven't gotten any points across.
Okay,
I just want to say one thing.
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna say this one thing. And I'm gonna let you ride. All right.
Okay.
This is the foolishness of atheists. Why debate or even conversate about a God you claim doesn't exist? It's foolishness. If something doesn't exist, why should I even debate it? That in of itself, debating something that doesn't exist, says, I know God is real. Because what I'm debating is real. If it isn't real, I'm a fool. Nobody debate about something that doesn't exist. Okay? That means if God don't exist, you go about your business and just live your life and don't conversate, don't disturb others who have conviction in something outside of themselves. Go about your business and live a life with no God. No one is stopping you.
It's funny that you say that because the person that, was spreading your teachings, he was the one that was going on to online chats and forcing your ideals upon others.
Brother, that's not my business. That's not my business. I don't got control of what people do in their spare time.
Okay, fair enough. But I also think that, considering the fact that this conversation started over whether or not slavery was not necessarily justified, but deserves, and I was told that it was part of a prophecy.
Brother, you're
talking.
Brother,
I can't follow any of that.
Brother, you're talking.
I don't think that
you're talking to me. You don't got to talk about the other person you was talking. You're talking to me.
No, I'm telling you what I, believe actually is that everything that you said to me, I can't follow.
Okay.
Because it's become a matter of, it's like justification almost for slavery. There is no justification for it. And saying that it's part of a prophecy is just, to me, it's kind of ballistic.
Okay. All right.
That's part of why I had to call in, because he wanted me to get information from you. So I was like, okay, fine. I'll actually call in. He thought I wouldn't do it. Whatever.
Okay.
But the problem with this is that do you take into consideration the fact that most people don't listen to this and just kind of throw it off as crazy mumbo jumbo all the time? And not necessarily, I know you're going to say that it's because they don't want to open their eye, but why do you actually think that is that most people don't follow this?
Broad is the way that leadeth to destruction.
I heard that a lot lately. Yeah.
Okay. And on top of that, let me state this. We're not doing this so that you can be convinced. We're here to plant seeds. It's Christ who have those in his hand who he knows will be obedient to the kingdom to come. And let me tell you this, young man, you don't have to accept it. Burn in hell. And let me read this real quick for you. The fool have said in his heart, Psalms 53:1. The fool have said in his heart, there is no God. Corrupt they are, and have done abominable iniquity. There is none that doeth good. So since there is no God, young man, there's really no laws for you to abide by. So do as you will, and suffer the consequences for immorality, thinking there won't be a judgment afterward. So listen, young man, I've done my job. And guess what? The Bible says, hey, after the second or third admonition, shake off the dust of thy feet. Brother, I'm not here to save anyone. I can't save you. I'm here as a servant of God. Now you'll just burn in hell with the other atheists who taught you this mess. Okay?
That's fine by me.
All right. Shalom. Blessings. It's hot in hell.
Cool. I have one more question though.
Go on.
Okay. So as far as you saying that those that remained in Africa afterwards, that weren't taken by the transatlantic slave trade, what exactly do you think is going to happen to them since they didn't go through the prophecy that you spoke of?
How do you know they didn't go through the prophecy? How do you know?
Because there's still blacks in Africa.
Man, do you know how many transmigrations that happened between 70 AD in Africa?
Oh, there were many, but that
time?
doesn't change the fact that there were still those that remained in the same locations.
Like who?
Different tribes. I don't know the names, but I'm just saying.
Thank you. So don't state an argument just to argue. And you have
it's not a matter of being an argument.
Brother,
listen, because I don't know the name of the tribe, it doesn't mean that.
Listen, brother, you're not built for this conversation. All right? So go on, continue what you're doing. I tried, all right? And serve whatever you're serving. And guess what? Guess what? It shouldn't matter to you about the Africans and whether or not the prophecies happen, because according to you, there is no God anyway.
No, what matters is I care that some impressionable people are going to have to hear this and then have to wonder whether or not, wow, was it prophesied in the Bible that we were supposed to be taken?
Okay. Well, good. So this is going to help you out, young man. You should be able to listen to this, young man. You should be able to take something positive from the fact that if he was to follow what he's seeing here, there's laws involved. And those laws is he have a conscience not to steal, to kill, to hurt other people, to love people like he loved himself. A moral code that could only make the world better. So even though you may disagree with the slave part of that, you cannot deny it's only a great thing if a man would follow God's law and would treat you like he would want you to treat him. Listen to me. So if someone is not stealing, killing, shooting our people, killing our people, and they become a better man or woman after reading the law and realizing his faults, even if it's to live a better life and a moral life with a good conscience that he've learned through this Bible, even you would have to say, you know what? That at least is good, right?
I don't think that religion is required in order to have a good world.
Brother, I'm saying, you see how you speak outside of what I'm actually mentioning? I'm not talking about religion. I'm saying
the Bible.
Listen, if someone reads out of the Bible, Leviticus 20 and 13, where it says a man is not supposed to lie with a man and look at it and understand that there's punishments for that and not do that, right? Or let's just use this way, because I've seen these situations. Just say if a young man was molested or touched on when he was growing up, and through that, it gave him an alternate what you would call an inordinate affection. It confused that person because as a child, he didn't know how to embrace or understand what it was. And he grew up desiring the same sex because of what happened to him. There have been instances like this. But yet he's struggling with this thing within himself. And he go into the Bible and read Leviticus 20:13, which says, you're not supposed to do that. And he repent for his desires and end up getting a family, doing what God said, and overcome and become healed even from what happened to him. Because he was because he was able to read this and understand that it has to stop somewhere.
So I'm gonna go off on a note and say that I do not care who somebody's fucking. Like, it's none of my business at the end of the day.
See, okay. So, brother, okay, I see, because sometimes what we deal with here, because I see you getting beside yourself, brother. Let me ask you: Are you dealing on the homosexual side of things?
Nope, I just don't care what anybody else does.
Oh, okay, all right. So here it is. I see you got a little abrasive there. This is what I'm saying, brother. It doesn't matter if you care about it. I'm talking about, you said you care that someone could be affected by religion, but you're not extending yourself to understand how it can benefit a person, which is what? Your selfish view. All right?
You just said religion can benefit. I thought you said that it wasn't religion.
I'm saying I'm using your words. Okay.
Okay.
So now,
yeah,
brother.
Okay, you're not using fine, not religion. You're using the Bible. Either way, you're still pushing a negative narrative. You're pushing that we should look at people in a certain light just for loving who they want to love. That's the thing. That's another thing. That's just insane.
So you agree with homosexuality?
I don't care. No. It's none of my business who somebody else is having sex with. I don't care.
All right, okay, all right. Well, listen, brother, there's a lot you don't care about. And the fact that you don't care that God exists, only thing I can say is, may the Most High be with you, young man, and I'll pray for you, okay?
Not needed.
I'm going to pray for you. I love you, man.
It's all right.
All right, I love you, okay? Blessings, brother. I care for you, and you're in my prayers. All right, and you know, the Most High he has peculiar ways of having people like you see him. So I'm sure I hear from you again. But let me leave it with I love you in the name of Christ and the Most High God, Ahaya. Okay.
Whatever you want, man.
My brother, I love you. All right. Hey, you can't say we don't fight for our people. I'm up here burning the midnight oil. Right? Del Rodriguez. Yes, Del Rodriguez.
Hey, hello, sir.
I'm about to go to sleep.
I was watching your live show, and I really appreciate that I can even speak to you, Elder Gocc.
Hey, brother, I'm just a man, my brother.
You just admit, honestly, I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Yeah,
I'm just a man, but I do appreciate the ministry. I appreciate the work. I appreciate the word. You know, it's the Most High really that's doing the work, because like we live it because of the word itself. You know, and I've learned a lot throughout, Christ's ministry. Number one, the word itself. I like to talk about myself a lot because it's just like this is how I view it. You know, I'm watching it, I'm seeing things that I see, and I'm really, grateful just to be able to, listen to the word, and I just want to be more of a doer.
All right.
Like
well, brother, listen. Brother, listen. I'm man, it's 11:30. Do me a favor. Let your brother Elder Ricard get some sleep, because just call me up tomorrow or call me during Patreon, all right?
My apologies for
it's okay.
I
I seen you. I didn't want to ignore you, so all right.
All right. I appreciate you, sir.
Blessings.
And, all praises be to the Most High.
All right. Shalom.
And the word has the last word, literally, the Most High.
Yeah, bless you, my brother. And Sunshine, I'll call you in Friday. But I'm going to tell y'all this, folks. That young man, he's never going to forget this evening. Because sometimes pride won't allow someone to state that to state when they're wrong, or to say when they're wrong. But believe me, when the word of the Most High is being read, something is sticking. Something is sticking with the people. The fact that you sitting there arguing over an hour, probably about an hour, about a God you claim doesn't exist. What about the Most High angers you so? See? And if I had time, I would actually go into that. Because usually it's something that happened to people that makes them angry, and they try to point to God when there's no one else to blame. That's what it is. That's what it is. They're lashing out. They're crying for help and are too proud to say it. You know? And what he wanted to do is to leave it. The spirit in him wanted the conversations to end through some level of conflict or abrasion. He even used a little potty word earlier, but I didn't come down on him with it, because I understand the spirit in him is angry. But not believing in God isn't going to fix it. A matter of fact, the Most High through Christ is the only one who could fix it. See? And hey, he might be soon all white with his fringes on. Because guess what? Young man, if you're listening, keep your eye on this channel. And even if you don't fully understand everything right now, follow the prophecies we drop here on this channel, and you will begin to realize the Most High is working with his people here on earth at the very end of this empire. We're the children of Israel. I'm Elder Ricard, the Gathering of Christ Church, and yes, we are back. Have a pleasant evening. Shalom.
In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. In Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, gathering Israel, the Negroes, Benjamin the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, gathering Israel. Asher in Colombia, Reuben Palestinians, Viva the Haitians, Vanessa, the Cubans, Eve from Puerto Rico, and Dolly from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, yeah, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel. It's written all over your face.